Planning Committee, 27th of March 2024.
Morning and welcome, Planning Committee. So read out this stuff first and then we'll get going. By the way, Councillor Corling is slightly delayed getting here, but he plans to be here for the first item. So good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Smart and I am the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, the 27th of March. Other members of this committee can introduce themselves, starting from my right here.
I'm Dave Bagent, currently Labour member for Romsey.
Katie Thornborough for Petersfield.
Oh, no, it is. Apologies. Naomi Bennett, Abbey Ward, thank you.
Robert Dryden, Cherry Hinton Ward.
Katie Porra, Market Ward.
David Levine, Trumpington.
Thank you, councillors. And officers permanently at the table for this. Do I miss something out there? No. Officers permanently at the table for the meeting are Delivery Manager Toby Williams, Legal Advisor Vanessa Blaine, Committee Manager Chris Connor, and Producer Sarah Steed. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. Copies of the agenda can be found on the seats to the right of the dais. Copies are also available on the City Council website under committee meetings, minutes and agendas. Please try and refer to specific page numbers within the agenda if you're referring to a specific paragraph or plan. Also, the item number is useful for people like me on computers. Can I remind all of those present of the importance of using the microphones at all times when speaking? Please speak close to and clearly into the microphone. Please ensure you're switched off or silenced any other devices you have so that you do not interrupt proceedings. Excuse me. When you're invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone immediately. Speak slowly and clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 45-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Please can those present in the chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FOI or DPA request, that's Freedom of Information or Data Protection Act requests. Make sure your device is fully charged and that you switch your microphone off unless you're invited to speak. Please use a headset if available when speaking and hold the microphone close to your mouth. Could public speakers turn their cameras off until we come to the application we have registered you to speak about? If a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over the presentation or report and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. The registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. Excuse me. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I've advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. And that includes in the chat column, as said earlier. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer recommendation by a show of hands. The council has a convention for major planning applications known as the Adjourned Decision Protocol. Where there is a majority resolution that is minded to make a decision contrary to the officer recommendation, the decision to determine the application will then be adjourned and the officers will prepare a further report which will come back to a future meeting of this committee. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. So moving on to agenda item 3, could councillors declare if they give any declarations of interest, please? Councillor Porrer.
Thank you, Chair. For the first item, Fanchel Road, just to note that I have on and off sat on Housing Committee. So just to confirm, when I vote there, it's on the budgetary implications for the HRA, and obviously when I'm here, I'm unfettered in my discretion because it's relating purely to the planning of that site. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bajan.
Chair, I'm a member of CamCycle.
Thanks for that, councillors. Okay. There are no minutes of previous meetings as they've been submitted to this meeting for approval, so they'll come to a future meeting. So the first item, item 4, Fanchel Road. Just before we start, I just want to check something with my team here. So just checking, so Councillor Carling hasn't arrived yet. That means he won't be able to take part in the debate or voting on this item, as how it works is that a councillor has to hear the whole thing or else they can't take part. So I think we're all ready, Fanchel Road. So item 4, just get the speakers sorted. So we've got Sarah, objector, Ben Binns from council, and Andrew Johnson speaking in favour, and then another agent, John Mason or Paul Belton, and then a couple of ward councillors, Councillor Tong and Councillor Griffin. So, and it's 6 minutes each. So let's get the report then from the case officers. So, oh, Aaron's online, right? Okay, I thought you didn't look like Aaron. No. Okay, so Aaron, when you're ready, then do you want to present the item, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, all. Sorry I'm not there in person with you today. I'm a bit under the weather. I didn't want to spread my germs around the Guildhall this morning, so apologies for that. Let's just share my screen. Can I just check everyone can see my screen and hear me clearly?
Yeah, that's all good. Thanks, Aaron.
Brilliant. Let's just get the laser pointer ready. There we go. Thank you, Chair. So good morning, all. For those that don't know me, my name is Aaron Coe. I'm a Principal Planning Officer at the Greater Cambridgeshire Planning Service and Case Officer for the proposed redevelopment of Fanchel Road. This application proposes the demolition of the existing buildings, garages and hard standing, and the erection of 84 new homes, car parking, landscaping and associated works. The planning application reference number is 23/04686/FUL. The applicant for this development is the Cambridge Investment Partnership, which is a joint venture between Cambridge City Council and Hill. This was set up in 2017 with the goal of delivering high quality homes in sustainable locations. This application is a Regulation 3 planning application due to the council's interests. So this slide shows the site location as existing. The site currently consists of 30 existing flats which fall below current nationally described space standards, have low thermal efficiency and are in poor condition with structural issues. So you can see the three blocks of flats across the site, and then you've got the garage blocks as well to the rear. The application site is located in Cambridge City Centre within the Coleridge ward. The site is outside of all designated conservation areas, and there are no listed buildings within close proximity to the site. This slide shows an aerial view. So the surrounding character is residential, To the north of the site, you've got the recreation ground, Coleridge Recreation Ground. To the northwest of the site, we've got the Fanshawe Road allotment. In terms of site constraints, part of the site is designated as protected open space, which I'll come on to in more detail later in the presentation. The site is within flood zone 1, so low flood risk. There are a number of trees within the site boundary. None of the trees are subject to tree preservation orders. So this just shows an aerial view of the proposed development. As I've mentioned, the application proposes the demolition of the buildings and the erection of 84 new homes. So in the northeast corner, we've got block E1. This will be a market block of accommodation, 17 apartments proposed at 4 stories in height. And then this block is proposed to step up to 5 stories towards a central landscape space. To the south of the site, we've got 17 apartments proposed in block E2, 3 stories in height along the east, and to the south towards Fanshawe Road, stepping up to 4 stories towards a central open space. And then further to the northeast corner, we've got block E3, which is 2-story terrace properties, and there'll be five of these in this space. Moving on to the west of the site, W1 is an entirely affordable block, 28 homes within this block. The entire block is proposed at 5 stories in height. W2, 14 homes within this apartment block, and 3 stories again towards Fanshawe Road, stepping up to 4 stories towards the central open space. And lastly, W3, which consists of 3 terrace properties, all at 2-story in height. So this just shows the proposed block plan and ground floor plan. As you can see, a large central open space is proposed. This will be publicly accessible and provide new connections from the site to Coleridge Recreation Ground. We've got 2 shared surface streets, which leads to car parking courts along the east and west of the development on either side of the central open space. We've also got underground bins proposed, sufficient capacity on the east side of the development to serve the eastern blocks of accommodation, and likewise on the west. Just to confirm, all vehicle tracking of the surrounding streets has been checked, and the shared waste service team have been engaged through pre-app to ensure the site can be serviced by the underground refuse vehicle. And this slide just shows the proposed roof plan. As you can see, all of the flat roofs are proposed to have green roofs. The next few slides will just run through the proposed elevations working from the north of the site down to the south. So this slide shows W1, which is the largest block of accommodation at 5 stories across the entire block. This block reaches 16.2 meters to the ridge. And then we've got block E1, which also at its tallest part reaches 16.2 meters to the ridge, but then drops down to 4 stories on the eastern half of the building. And this helps to break down the overall mass of the building here. And then we've got the 5 terrace properties within block E3. And then W2, West 2 block, 13.5 meters to the ridge here. As I've already mentioned, stepping down to 3 stories in height towards Fanshawe Road. And likewise with E2, 13.5 meters to the ridge and 3 stories in height along the eastern side and towards Fanshawe Road. And these are just the elevations for W3, which are the 3 terrace properties on the western side of the development. Looking at materials, Anne-Marie is our urban design officer. I'm going to hand over to Anne-Marie now just to talk through the materiality and give a bit more overview of the architectural detail and journey that we've been on. So over to Anne-Marie.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Okay.
Yes, it's all good. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yes, so I'm Anna Marie de Boom. I've been working on Aaron and the rest of the team on this application throughout. Say on the materials, as you would have noticed from the elevations, it is a relatively simple building design materiality. We think that is appropriate for this particular site. I think the elevations don't do the building quite justice because there's quite a lot of stepping, not only in height, but also the blocks have been sort of pulled and slid past each other. So you get quite a difference in depth and shadow along the building, which will provide visual interest. So together with that, and also the setting of the buildings, which is very green, I feel that the simple palette and design is appropriate for this site. That said, I do think the detailing and making sure that the detailing is done well will be really important. So we have put draft conditions in the report that would have to be adhered to. And then I think in particular about the choice of brick and the quality of the brick, the detailing of the balconies, because there's quite a lot of external balconies, to make sure that those spindles and things on the balconies are detailed nicely. And also the window frames and the depth of the windows that's sitting back. So the reveals to get that sort of level of shadow play and interest coming over the buildings. But as I said, that's something to just really look out for through the conditions in further design development. Back to you, Aaron. You.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And likewise for the houses, same principles
Yeah.
to be followed at condition stage, making sure that detail and architectural quality pulls through. So moving on to the principle of development here, Policy 3 seeks to ensure that new residential development is appropriately located and respects surrounding uses. The scheme is considered to comply with Policy 3 of the Cambridge Local Plan. And in respect of protected open space, Policy 67, the screenshot on the left of your screen shows the existing protected open space on the site outlined in red. So you can see where the green dots are located to the north of the site. So that's one area, and then we've got another area to the south which fronts onto Fanshawe Road. So as existing, the protected open space at the front of the site is publicly accessible. However, the open space to the rear of the flats is private space. In terms of environmental and recreation quality ratings, given through the Open Space and Recreation Strategy SPD adopted in 2011, gave the site a 36% overall rating for the land to the south and 62% for the private land to the north. These are relatively low scoring in terms of quality. And then on the right of your screen, you can see the proposed new open space. This application proposes to introduce a total of 0.486 hectares of enhanced open space within the development, and this demonstrates an increase in the amount of open space provided. In terms of the quality, the proposal seeks to enhance the existing provision by introducing new play spaces, biodiversity enhancements, landscape improvements, and making all of the open space publicly accessible, which is a real benefit of this scheme. Overall, the proposal is considered to meet the requirements of Cambridge Local Plan Policy 67. And this slide just further enhances this point of the landscape master plan and the benefits associated with the reconfiguration of the open space that's proposed as part of this application. So as you can see, new play spaces located centrally, enhanced permeability with new pedestrian and cycle connections across the site, linking to Coleridge Recreation Ground, biodiversity enhancements, and as I've said, this space will all be publicly accessible. And this slide just shows a sketch view looking westwards across the site. In the foreground, you can see the growing beds that are proposed as part of the application. And then to the rear, you can see the blocks of accommodation. It's worth noting at this point through the pre-application process and following a design review panel, the blocks on the west were broken down into two separate blocks of accommodation. Originally, they were just one large mass, all at 5 stories, a real linear form of development, which was considered unacceptable by officers. So we decided to, yes, it resulted in losing units, but we broke it down into 2 separate blocks to reduce the massing and achieve an acceptable design. Just moving on to the housing details, the application proposes 45 affordable council new homes, which exceeds the policy requirement of 40%. So the scheme will deliver 54% of the development as affordable. The scheme proposes a good mix of 1, 2 and 3 bed properties, which is supported by the council's housing strategy officers. So overall, the application is considered to introduce an acceptable mix of dwellings which respond to the local need for the much needed affordable homes in the city. So now to look at the verified views assessment. Policy 60 of the Cambridge Local Plan requires the submission of a visual impact assessment where a structure breaks existing skyline or is taller than the surrounding built form. The applicants have worked really closely with the urban design and landscape officers to identify the key viewpoints that require detailed assessment through the submission. So this first view is looking from Bancroft Close. So it's looking northwards towards the application site. As you can see, the existing apartment blocks are differing in character to what surrounds. It's different to the 2-story residential properties in design, layout and form. So as you can see, the proposal does add to the massing, but it's been appropriately stepped up from 3 stories along Fanshawe Road to 4 stories, and then 5 stories further to the north in block W1. So the first block of accommodation in the screen is actually set back 20 metres from Fanshawe Road. It might not appear so in this view, but there is a 20-metre setback from Fanshawe Road, and we have managed to retain all of the Category A trees along Fanshawe Road. This is the existing view from Stern Close, and there's the proposed view. Again, 3 stories along the eastern boundary, stepping up to 4 stories. You can see the existing trees along the northern boundary in the background. And the existing view from Fanshawe Road. And there's the proposed view. So the built form is proposed to be close to the highway and Fanshawe Road, but will still be set back 12 metres. This has achieved a sort of a more consistent building line with the existing properties along Fanshawe Road, and this is appropriately stepped up from 3 stories along the edge to 4 stories towards the central open space. And lastly, the existing view along across Coleridge Recreation Ground. And there's the proposed view. This clearly shows that blocks W1 and E1 will be taller and more visible than the existing buildings on the site when viewed from this location. However, it's considered to demonstrate the site is capable of accommodating the addition of these larger, taller buildings without a detrimental impact on the character of the recreation ground or an adverse impact on the Cambridge skyline. It's important to note the site is not in a conservation area close to any listed buildings, and the proposals are not visible from sensitive long-distance views of the Cambridge skyline, as has been demonstrated by the other strategic views submitted. Overall, the development is considered to comply with Policy 60 of the local plan. The scale, height and massing proposed is supported by the Council's urban design and landscape officers. Moving on to single aspect units, which I know is a contentious matter associated with this application. 13 of the 84 dwellings within the affordable blocks W1 and E2 are proposed to be single aspect. None of these properties are north facing. The applicants have submitted an overheating analysis and thermal comfort assessment to demonstrate that all of the single aspect units are compliant with Part A of the building regs. And also, design features have been introduced to to minimise overheating through glazing specifications, the depth of window reveals and external shading. And I'm sure we've got the Council's Sustainability Officer, Emma Davies, with us today to go into more detail during the debate and discussion on this. So in terms of amenity standards for future occupiers, all of the homes meet or exceed national described space standards, have good floor to ceiling ratios, have views of open space or allotments, have access to private amenity space and accord with all building regulation standards and relevant policies on thermal comfort. All of the affordable homes will be designed to Passive House Principles standard, and the scheme also includes 4 M43 wheelchair user dwellings, which exceeds the policy requirements. It's also worth noting that the scheme was presented to the disability panel and received a round of applause from all members because of the quality of the scheme in terms of accessibility. Moving on to cycle parking, 145 spaces are proposed for the apartment block, exceeding the policy requirements by 10 cycle parking spaces. Then we've got 11 visitor cycle parking spaces, which are conveniently located around the sites at the entrances to the blocks. The terrace properties will have secure and covered cycle parking within the frontage, so more convenient than the car and in line with policy. And the applicants have designed in sufficient space for cargo bikes within all of the communal cycle stores. So car parking, 49 spaces are proposed in total to serve 84 dwellings, which equates to 0.54 spaces per dwelling. Obviously, we've got the maximum parking standards here, so an under provision of parking is acceptable at 0.54 for the dwellings, for the apartments, and 1 space per unit for the houses. 4 of these spaces would be disabled car parking spaces and allocated to the M43 units. And all of the spaces across the development will be allocated to the future occupants. All of the car parking spaces will have active EV charging points. So in terms of the amount of car parking being why it's considered acceptable, obviously the site is located in a very sustainable location, close proximity to bus stops. We've got the railway station and local amenities nearby. Overall, the level of parking is considered to adhere to the objectives of the national and local planning policy, as we're seeking to minimise the use of private motor vehicles and encourage a shift towards more sustainable modes of transport. The applicant has submitted a parking survey with the application. This assessment's used the Lambeth methodology, which is nationally recognised, and the results of this survey have demonstrated there's capacity on surrounding streets. However, the occupants of this new development would not qualify for residence parking permits along the surrounding streets, and therefore the impact on the existing on-street capacities along Fanshawe Road would be acceptable, given that the future occupants won't be entitled to a permit. And in terms of control, obviously the surrounding streets are within the control parking zone, so sort of the impact of car parking is considered acceptable and in accordance with policy 82 of the local plan. Moving on to the arboricultural impacts, the scheme does propose a loss of 20 trees in total to enable the development to take place. Whilst some weight should be given to the loss of these trees, the development proposals have prioritised the retention of the trees of the highest value, so category A trees, and created strategic planting space for larger replacement trees across the development. The applicants have engaged closely with the council's tree officer through an extensive pre-app process to ensure an acceptable scheme is achieved from an arboricultural perspective. So 47 new trees are proposed to be planted, and sufficient space has been made available for larger trees. Onto biodiversity net gain. So a net gain plan and metric has been submitted with the application, demonstrating that a 35% net gain is achievable on site, and we've got a condition to secure the details of this, along with the 30 years management and monitoring. The scheme will introduce significant landscaping enhancements, including the creation of neutral grassland meadow, modified grassland, rain gardens, additional shrubs, green roofs and new tree planting. All of these features contributing to achieving net gain on the application site. It's also worth noting that the scheme was submitted before the mandatory 10% net gain was introduced. However, officers are confident that the 35%, and in excess of the 20%, is achievable on this site, and we've also got the council's ecologist with us today to comment in more detail on this during the debate and discussion. So in the planning balance, the positives of the scheme: the application proposes to provide a high quality residential development on a brownfield site in a sustainable location, making efficient use of this land. Provision of 45 new council homes, which exceeds the policy requirements. All affordable homes are proposed to be Passive House Principal Standard. The applicants are committed to delivering biodiversity net gain on the application site. Replacement tree planting and the retention of all of the category A trees is positive. Enhanced open space and £533,000 worth of financial contributions towards key services, community, sports facilities and transport infrastructure. And then we've got the negatives associated with the scheme: the loss of the existing trees and the inclusion of single aspect homes. So just some verbal updates and an updated recommendation. Following the publishing of the committee report and the amendment sheet, the £152,000 contribution towards transport infrastructure, which would be the Chisholm Trail project, has been agreed between the applicants and the transport assessment team at the County Council. And also a late request for a contribution from the East of England Ambulance Service was made, and officers seek delegated authority to review and assess this request and conclude an assessment as to whether this contribution would meet this relevant SIL test. So the updated recommendation: approval is recommended subject to the planning conditions as set out within the officer report, and delegated authority to officers to amend and add conditions where required. Satisfactory completion of a Section 106 agreement, including the settlement of the principal of the contribution requested by the East of England Ambulance Service NHS Trust. And minor amendments to the heads of terms as set out in the officer report. Thank you, Chair. That's the end of my presentation.
All right, thanks, Aaron, and thanks for coming along, even though you're a bit poorly. Just also to say, Councillor Collings, so you arrived late, so normal protocol for you to sit behind the decision makers when we debate this item, so if you wouldn't mind sitting at the seats behind. Thanks, Councillor. So first speaker is Sarah. So Sarah, if you want to come to the public speaker thing in the back there, you've got 6 minutes to speak. If you press your right hand button there, it'll light up, and then I'll let you know when it's half a minute before the end. All right?
Sarah Nick Mannis on behalf of the Fanshawe and Davy Neighbours Group. Imagine a council development built by our local government in a cost of living crisis and climate and biodiversity crisis like the ones we're experiencing now here in Cambridge, in Coleridge, on Fanshawe Road in 2024. What does one hope for? One hopes for building works that work with the existing verdant area that characterises Fanshawe Road so beautifully. Existing structures are reinforced, extensions are added, sustainable buildings are built intelligently and in keeping with the area and are located only where the local established trees, wildlife, flora and fauna are not. The continuation of a local green space hosting natural life and biodiversity that takes years to establish and thrive are placed at the heart of the matter. One hopes for more socially rented homes for those local people who are in greatest need of them. Those Cambridge families who find themselves in temporary accommodation, the ones already classified as homeless, the ones using food banks who were hit the worst by the pandemic and the cost of living crisis that is only set to get worse. The ones who it is our local council's responsibility to take care of and provide a safety net for in our exorbitantly expensive city. Not one of these hopes has been realised. Excuse me. Not one of these hopes has been realised in this proposal and therefore I come to you on behalf of the Fanshawe and Davy Neighbours Group with our very reasonable and logical objection. We object because the current site boasts many established trees, all of which must be retained. The survival rate of any saplings planted in our neighbourhood is low due to Cambridgeshire's drought and recent climatic changes. Spring has arrived and a host of daffodils are in abundance right now, brightening up the grey backdrop of the boarded up windows. Wildflowers spring up in summer, numerous insects and birds, including nesting swifts, protected by environmental law, pipistrelli bats, hedgehogs and foxes are local species, all linked closely to the adjacent Coleridge Recreation Ground, the Fanshawe Road allotments next to it, the nearby green spaces on Bancroft and Stern Close. The demolition of these buildings will disturb all of this local wildlife in a green, verdant area of Coleridge. So you can understand why we were disturbed to witness 2 employees of Demcom, a demolition company, remove swift boxes already on the 21st of March. And we have photographic evidence of this prior to planning permission being granted. I am here before you to object to the proposal representing the other 36 members of our group. So is our being here actually a waste of time? Is this a predetermined project and a foregone conclusion? We object because the renamed, reconfigured, protected open space is not acceptable for obvious reasons. In 2019, when the council declared the Fanshawe Road amenity green space in front of the flats as protected space, along with 680 others in Cambridgeshire, which means housing developers cannot touch them, then they must absolutely uphold this commitment. Recently, this was a reason cited for not developing on a local Coleridge park, and we all breathed a sigh of relief when St Thomas Square Play Park was saved from the grinding wheels of development. Other green places in Cambridge are listed as protected spaces, such as Parker's Peace, Pern Road allotments, Emmanuel College Gardens, and Jesus College, which has recently become home to a muntjac deer. Does this mean that in theory that the council could tear up Parker's Peace, destroy its soil, build on it, and just plant some grass seed elsewhere nearby and call it an acceptable solution? How about if we reconfigure the green protected space on Jesus Green? Why is this acceptable on our green space in Fanshawe Road? The fact that it has been publicly declared as protected from development is grounds for rejecting this proposal alone. We object because the amount of homes promised seems to be solely driven by a target given to the Assistant Director of Development at the Council rather than what suits our neighbourhood of 120 households. 84 extra homes is too many for this area if it means building on the aforementioned green space and building 5-storey buildings. It's out of keeping with our neighbourhood of terraced and semi-detached houses and will totally transform the views and right to light for the households currently living at number 10 and number 8. We object to the approach of cram them in and stack them high and price them high, and we object to a council acting in a target-driven numerical way when it comes to the housing of human beings. We strongly object to the plan as extraordinarily no social rents have been allocated in the housing mix, which means the allocated housing will do very little to address those in the greatest need on the council's housing waiting list, which numbers 2,729 as of the 8th of March. In conclusion, we refuse to accept this vague and immoral gentrification project proposed to be built on our doorstep. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Sarah. So next up is Ben Binns. So you want to come forward and speak at the public speaker thing, please? Is it more than one person speaking, is it? Okay, right. So you've got 6 minutes, yeah? Is there anyone else speaking on behalf of the scheme as well, or is that it?
They're splitting the 6 minutes.
Right, okay, right.
Yes,
6 minutes.
we'll be sharing
Okay.
the 6 minutes.
So same as Sarah then, 6 minutes, half a minute before the end, bell will go to let you know, coming to the end, so thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, members. The application before you has been prepared following extensive pre-application discussions with the intention being to provide additional and much-needed new affordable housing, including larger 3-bed homes, re-provide and extend the existing area of protected open space, and provide highly sustainable and efficient buildings that are comfortable, pleasant and efficient to live in. This development delivers all of these aims and more. The re-provision of protected open space has formed a key feature of the submission. The existing open space is of limited quality and accessible only to residents. This is reconfigured, enlarged and significantly improved to form the heart of this proposal, and it will be accessible and open to all. This meets and exceeds the local plan requirement. The new homes have been designed to be highly efficient and sustainable. As set out within your report, the carbon reduction and water efficiencies being achieved meet and significantly exceed your local plan policy requirements. Dual aspect homes have been prioritised in accordance with the guidance offered in the Sustainable Housing Design Guide, and over 80% of homes are dual aspect or better. The intentional design choice of providing larger 3-bed affordable homes to meet the urgent need for larger properties means that 13 of the 1-bedroom flats are single aspect. These all face east or west, looking out either at the central open space or towards the allotments. None of them are north-facing, and all meet or exceed space standards. Each has been the subject of rigorous overheating assessments and have been found to pass all required tests and building regulation requirements. There is no policy requirement to deliver 100% dual aspect housing, and what is proposed meets and exceeds the local plan requirement, the key test against which these proposals are to be judged. In terms of the height and scale of buildings, while taller than the buildings which immediately surround the site, the proposed apartment blocks sit comfortably within their landscape setting and respect the amenities of neighbours. A series of viewpoints were assessed to consider the wider townscape impacts. Based on the extensive work undertaken, we agree with the committee report that what is proposed meets the local plan requirements and will deliver a high quality and respectful development. This development delivers 84 much needed new homes, 54% of which are affordable homes, significantly exceeding the policy requirement of 40%. The new homes will be highly efficient, comfortable, resilient to climate change, and accessible to all, including those in wheelchairs. The significant uplift in the quantity and quality of housing being provided is a significant benefit of the development. The mandatory 10% biodiversity net gain is secured, and indeed is expected to be significantly exceeded with a gain of up to 35%. The benefits of this proposal offers are extensive and far-reaching. The whole KIP team are immensely proud of this development, and we fully support the officer recommendation of approval. Ben Binns will now provide a little more context on the importance of delivering the proposed uplift in council housing on this site, given the housing crisis that exists within the city.
Good morning, members. Fanshawe Road Estate is part of the council's wider programme of work across Cambridge to improve accommodation standards for people living in existing homes, to build additional council homes to meet significant and urgent local need, and to address wider housing supply issues. Members will be acutely aware that Cambridge faces a housing emergency. Whilst the City Council is already one of the top builders of council housing in the country, there is still more than 2,700 households on the waiting list for council homes, and there remains a lot of work to do. The council's also declared a climate emergency. The Fanshawe Road Estate was identified for assessment because some of the homes have significant maintenance and structural issues and are well below the current standards the council applies to new developments. The council has a duty to either invest in refurbishment works to improve the quality of homes, or to invest in redevelopment to build new high-quality homes for its tenants, and where feasible, to increase the overall number or size of affordable homes to meet local housing need. My job is to deliver the administration's aspiration on housing, and that is to deliver 1,000 council homes to the highest sustainability standards, often on regeneration sites where there are existing tenants, the hardest sites to deliver. This proposed scheme has been reviewed twice by the Housing Scrutiny Committee, and the proposed tenure mix and rent levels have been approved. 30 council homes will be at 60% of market rent, and 60 council homes will be let at 80% of market rent. And I want to stress that tenants who cannot afford all or part of the rent will qualify for universal credit and any other support and all tenants will benefit from heating bills up to 75% lower than tenants in older housing and free from condensation, damp and mould. Having rehoused tenants to a home of their choice, our team has worked diligently to produce a scheme that meets the ambitious targets that members have set. First, we've more than doubled council housing from 20 to 45. All homes are accessible and there are 4 wheelchair homes. Second, we have met or exceeded the council's sustainable housing design target, which in turn exceeds the local plan. On water, 99 litres per person per day, biodiversity a net gain of 35%, and energy targeting passive house standard. And we have achieved this in a financially prudent way for the council. So therefore, I hope that members will follow the recommendation of their officers
That's
and
the end
approve
note.
the
If you
application.
wrap up your last sentence, you finish up. Thank you very much. Thanks. So next up is Councillor Tong. So just to be clear, it's called a ward councillor, but any councillor in Cambridge can talk about any scheme, and Councillor Tong is a councillor in Abbey Ward, so this scheme is in Coleridge. Thanks, councillor. You have unlimited time to speak.
Hello, thank you. As I've just been introduced by Councillor Smart, I'm actually one of the Abbey Ward City Councillors. However, I'm just here today to do the best I can to represent the residents of Davy Road, and Fanshawe Road too, who I've had quite a bit of time speaking to over the last few months, because a lot of people can't really make it today because these planning meetings aren't at a particularly accessible time. One thing I've found is that residents feel quite ignored, which is one of the reasons I'm here, one of the main reasons. I understand that Cambridge City Council has a really, really good history when it comes to building council housing. Ben Binns, a minute ago, mentioned the fact that we're one of the top house builders in the country. I think we're second. However, I think that is sometimes used as a bit of an excuse to kind of palm off residents' concerns, which we really need to listen to because we need these to be the best developments we possibly can. So to start, I want to read a bit of a statement that was kind of compiled from some of the comments made by the residents on Fanshawe and Davy Road, and then I will make some of my own comments, which are also drawn from things I've heard those residents say. So I'll read this statement firstly. We object to the lackadaisical approach to building sustainable houses. How passive house is it, the development? 100%, 50%, 10%. That's with question marks. This commitment, like the social housing commitment, seems to be ever-changing and unreliable. Emphasis has been placed on making the water-saving initiative of 99 litres a day, trumping the local plan's water efficiency target of 110 litres a day. But how is this supposed to be monitored and implemented? It is meaningless otherwise. At the same time, it is still proposed that pollution-inducing, soil compacting, habitat-destroying demolition goes ahead. Carbon-embedded new building proceeds on protected green space, concrete is poured, and to erect buildings in the 2020s that are still going to use drinking water to flush the minimum 84 new toilets. This is not very forward-thinking. Grey water harvesting may be too expensive at the moment to install in individual homes, but it's already a no-brainer for bigger buildings for water saving. It's well known that grey water systems are a magic bullet for reducing water consumption, so why isn't the proposal making this a priority and future-proofing for the lives of its inhabitants going forward? Another comment they've made, which is very short, is to do with green spaces and the nearby wreck. The opening up of the park will mean that motorised scooters will undoubtedly start to use it as a cut-through, affecting the safety of those using the park and will inevitably lead to the degradation of the green spaces. So those are some of the comments which I've heard compiled from, that statement's compiled from those comments. However, one of the other things I wanted to talk about was capacity for local services. So we've got comments from the Cambridge and Peterborough Integrated Care System who accept that there isn't capacity and, capital needs to be provided to make it so that these services can be provided to residents. However, with our health services already under so much stress, I do worry if this money will be enough. And this links to one of the other things, which is secondary school provision. So the, is it the county council comments? I can't remember who commented. Yeah, I can't remember the exact name of the document, but comments there isn't enough space at the Coleridge Community College. And the document kind of accepts the fact that because at the moment, a lot of students have to travel across the city in order to get secondary school care, secondary school teaching, that should be sort of respected as a status quo. And I think that's quite a, an unhealthy mindset to be in. To sort of conclude, I think that we really need to focus on quality here as much as quantity. We often talk about the amount of housing we're building, but not whether or not we are actually ensuring that these local services are in place to give the people living here a good quality of life. And that's what we really need to be doing here.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up is Councillor Griffin.
Thank you very much. My name is Tim Griffin. I'm one of the ward councillors for the ward where this development is going to take place. That's Coleridge. And I want to say that I think this, in general, is a very good proposal. I support this proposal, of course, subject to the Planning Committee's decisions on the sort of technical details of it. But I think there are many positive aspects to this proposal that is replacing a building that really needs to be replaced with a good design, and I do welcome that open, publicly accessible space in the middle. I think that's an excellent design. There were a couple of resident concerns that I didn't hear discussed today that I would like to bring up for consideration, and one would be the construction plans. There's a lot of concern in the neighborhood for excessive parking, and how are the construction workers going to access the site? Where are they going to park? There needs to be some consideration for a plan to mitigate any disruption of the construction site. That is, I would hope that most of the parking would be on site rather than on Fanshawe Road or some of the surrounding roads. So it would be nice to clarify that. And the other issue that I haven't heard discussed is the fact that there may be extra shade in the park, and to what extent would that be harmful? So I want to, but in general, I think it's a very good plan, and I would support that. What I do think is unfortunate, so let me declare some interest here. I'm running for re-election in May 2nd, and basically this issue has been hijacked by the Green Party as an attempt to...
Councillor, this is not a political meeting.
Okay.
I don't think it's appropriate to be talking about political parties in this
Well,
debate.
for example, Sarah and Councillor Tong have presented themselves as representing a residents' organization, when in fact they're representing a party. They are representing a party.
That may be your opinion, Councillor, but that isn't what's been said. So I think we have to go by what people said. Councillor, please, I'm dealing with it. So just stick to the planning matters, please, Councillor, in what you're saying.
Okay, so I think that in any kind of development like this, there are a lot of trade-offs that have to be made. There are a lot of decisions that have to be made, very difficult decisions. There is no perfect solution often, and so I think in general the compromises that have been made in this development are good ones, and I think that it's easy to pick apart those decisions based on sort of, well, what I see as party political choices, basically. That's okay. But I do think both Sarah and Councillor Tong did represent themselves as representing the neighborhood association, and I've talked to plenty of residents in the neighborhood, in the surrounding area, that are sick and tired of this issue being so ruthlessly politicized.
All right, your point is made, councillor, and we can all consider that point. Have you finished speaking, by the way? Your
Yes.
Microphone's still on. Turn it off for you. Thanks. So thank you very much for that, and we do listen to ward councillors who are in the ward. Next up is Councillor Carling. So just to be clear, Councillor Carling would be a voting member of this committee. He arrived late for this item. He's asked to speak as a ward councillor. Constitution allows him to speak that. I have decided to allow that. I always think, I'm not in the habit of stopping speakers from speaking if it's allowed in the Constitution, and that's a good thing. I think all evidence is good evidence, so decision makers can hear what Councillor Carling has to say. Councillor Carling.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, apologies, our bus didn't turn up this morning, which is, as we know, unfortunately, a bit too common in Cambridge. Some of what I wanted to say also relates to the politicisation of this issue. But it's about the principle of development here. It is planning related, because I would argue that misrepresentations have been made to the committee that need to be addressed, quite frankly, and it's about the principle of development. So I hope you'll let me speak, provided I'm not going to be too clear about that.
But as I said, Councillor, to the previous councillor that spoke, this is not a political discussion, it's planning.
It's been made one, Chair.
Just don't interrupt me. And this is a discussion, a debate about planning matters. It's not about the politics of parties. So I don't want to hear that.
Okay, well, but as you said, this is not supposed to be a political committee, which is one of the reasons I enjoy being part of it. And we often do work collaboratively across political parties to make development in Cambridge the best that it can be. But, well, most of what I want to say is not relevant under what's just been ruled. But what I would say is I would counter some of the particular points that have been made, which committee members may be aware of, in literature from the Green Party recently, wherein affordable rent is defined as set up to 80%.
I don't want to hear about the Green Party. It's not pertinent to the debate we've got on the table today.
I'm correcting a point that's been made, Chair.
We'll make our own minds up as decision makers. You don't have to correct any literature.
I'm trying to provide information for decision makers.
Evidence is good, but I don't want to hear about corrections of Green Party literature. It's not pertinent to debate on this item.
Well, claims have been made that affordable rent is defined as set up to 80% of market rent, which it is, but the context in which those claims were made is clearly designed to gloss over the fact that most of the council homes in this application are set to be at 60% of market rent, and forgets to explain that residents in the most need would have that 60% fully covered by housing benefits. Well, I had a lot more to say, Chair, but I can't.
Okay, thanks so much, then, Councillor. Before we go on, Aaron, did you want to come back on those corrections that were alluded to then, just so we can have clarity for councillors in debates here? Aaron, are you online still?
Sorry, Chair, could you just remind me of the corrections referred to?
Okay, I'll go to Toby. Hold on. Toby?
I think the matter related to kind of affordable housing in particular, so I think it might be just worth your while setting out what is being proposed in terms of the affordable housing quantum and also the mix of kind of social rent and private rent that's set out in the report, and then members can pick that up in the debate.
So as mentioned in the presentation, 54% of the development is proposed as affordable homes. Just refer to the part of the officer report. So paragraph 11.12 through to 11.17. So we've got 75% of the 45 affordable homes being capped at 60% of market rent and 25% being capped at 80% of market rent. As referred to in the by the speakers, this has been through Housing and Scrutiny Committee, and the mix has been agreed through that committee. And as I've mentioned, we're exceeding policy requirements in terms of provision of affordable homes. Thank you, Chair.
Right, that's fine. Thanks, Aaron. So we can pick that up in more detail again later if need be, as Toby just said. So just before we get going on debate, I've got your hand up, Councillor. just if I haven't already made it clear, this is a quasi-judicial committee. We make decisions based on planning matters. I don't want to hear any political debate here in this committee. I know we're coming up to an election in May, but that's not pertinent to this discussion. So, Councillor Bajan.
Chair, whilst the officer's there, can he confirm, in the report made by the council, the officer said council affordable 3-bed homes. Did he mean all the 3-bed homes would be affordable or some of them?
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Is that it? Any more? Or just
I think I've got a lot more, but I just would like clarification on that before I start to think about what I might say later.
Right, of course, Councillor. Well, normally we collect up a few questions at a time and go back to the case officer. So I'll just get that one cleared up straight away as you want it answered. So, Aaron, what's the answer to that? Hey, you're on mute, Aaron. I thought older people did that all the time, not young people like you.
Sorry, Chair. So all of the affordable homes are provided within the apartment block. So the 3 beds, as you can see on this breakdown here, we've got 4 3-beds within the affordable block W1, and then we've got 5 3-beds, 5-person homes within the affordable block E2, giving us a total of 9, 20% of the overall affordable provision. Thank you.
Right, thanks.
Chair, can I just clarify
Yes,
that?
yes,
So
of
it's
course,
not,
Councillor.
all of the 3-bedroom homes are not affordable then, so 8 of them are going for sale, is that right?
Aaron?
For you, Chair. Yes, that's correct.
So that's not what we were told by the council officer.
Which council officer are you referring to, Councillor Bajan?
The person I believe was representing Kit.
Okay, well, the case officer is the boss here. So if the case officer says that, that's what it is. Right.
Yeah, it's good to get it clarified, Chair. Thank you.
Of course, thank you, Councillor. And by the way, I apologise for my out of taste, bad joke about ageism earlier. Sorry about that. That was just off the cuff. Shouldn't have said it. Contrary to the Equality Act 2010. Next speaker, Councillor Bennett.
Could I just say, I have got a couple of other things that I'll come back later, but I'm just want to say one thing first,
Yes.
which is I really welcome the input from the disability panel. It is a real pleasure to have this on the planning report coming to a committee and not having to be looking through late at night to try and find these points and to raise them for every single proposal. And I really welcome this, and I hope that this standard will appear on future developments.
Yes, well, I completely concur on that, Councillor Bennett. Indeed, fantastic. Councillor Thornborough.
Are we going into general discussion now?
That was my aim, yeah, but I don't
Can
think
I
we've got
start?
there yet.
Okay.
Yes, go for it.
Okay, I've got some points. I wonder if I could have some clarification. So this scheme is proposed to be passive house standards. Could the case officer explain what is passive house and how does that...
I just interject that. I don't think it's passive house standards. I think it's passive house principles, which is slightly lower than passive house standards. But I think they're good. But you carry it. Sorry to interrupt.
Well, the passive house standards that it's being referred to as this is being designed, could we have some clarification on what that means compared to what is expected by the current government through building regulations and through standards? So basically, how is this different? Because it's a different standard to what is required. So what does that mean in reality? There's also been quite a lot raised about existing ecology on site versus new ecology, and we've often raised issues about how to protect nature. So I'd like to know. It looks like from the images, and I've been onto the site and walked around, that there's a lot in that might come through, and I know there have been sites in South Cambridge where after well, a lot of sites actually around Cambridge where it takes a while for the ecology and nature to come to, full appreciation. It takes a while for trees to come through. So I wonder if the ecology officer could explain a bit more about what is there and what we might hope in the future. There was a reference to right of light and that this might be compromised somewhere. So I wonder if that could be explained. We've also talked about 4 wheelchair homes. Are there any wheelchair adapted homes now? I mean, we talked about 4, but it may be that there are 4 now, so there may be no difference. I want to know that. There's a reference, again, it's been raised about demolition. And can the officers, I think that actually demolition is part of permitted development in this location where there is no protection through conservation areas. So the fact that these buildings could be demolished without planning consent, I believe, I think it's just a fact that we need to know about. There's also the about protecting the existing residents through the construction process, and that is often a very big issue around all sites in Cambridge and elsewhere, and understanding what that planning condition for construction traffic management, whether it's going to come through in due course, and how we might have sight for that. It'd be good to know how we can ensure that residents are protected. I think that's all for now. Thank you.
Well, I think before we go to any other questions, we'll go back to the officer on that. So, Aaron, do you want to answer those questions, please, before we go on?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Thornborough, for your questions. So firstly, the Passive House Principles Standard. We've got Emma Davies on the call, so I will refer to Emma in a moment, but it's the affordable provision within the two apartment blocks that are Passive House Principles. The market homes are fabric first approach. But I'll hand over to Emma to give a more technical response of the proposal here.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron.
Hello, Emma.
Yep. Hi, thank you, Chair. So yes, I think, Chair, as you've already kind of pointed out, this scheme for the affordable units is following Passive House principles rather than going down the full Passive House certification route. Basically, what that means is that it's following the principles of delivering much higher levels of fabric efficiency than is required by current building regulations. And the whole aim of Passive House and Passive House principles is to focus on driving down the space heating demand associated with new dwellings. In terms of how that compares to current building regulations, the carbon calculations that have been submitted with the application suggests that for the affordable units, we are looking at around about a 73% improvement on a Part L 2021 compliant baseline building. So that is a significant improvement over what current building regulations requires at the moment. And a lot of that will be coming from the much higher levels of fabric performance that these buildings are going to be designed to. And it's an approach that's been used on other KIP schemes as well. So the team is very, very familiar with how to deliver these principles kind of in practice. What it should also lead to, there is a little bit of a performance gap with current building regulations, but when you're designing things to Passive House and Passive House principles, that performance gap is also greatly reduced. So in-use performance and design performance are much, much closer together following these principles. I'm hoping that helps answer that query.
Yeah, thanks, Emma. Back to you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emma. And thank you, Chair. So existing ecology on site. Again, going to hand over to Dan Weaver here, our ecologist, to give an overview of the information submitted. We've had a preliminary ecological appraisal to set out the existing ecology on site, and then additional reports to talk through the impacts and the biodiversity net gain. So I'll let Dan summarise the findings.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Hi, Dan.
Hi, thank you, Chair. Just so you guys understand, I'm sitting in for Guy Belcher this morning, so Guy Belcher would have had a majority of the time to analyse this application, so I will do my best to put his thoughts forward for him. So my understanding is that the site is currently majority, in terms of the green space, it's majority what we would call modified grassland or amenity grassland in its stead. So heavily managed, short sward, not particularly diverse, possibly clover, possibly daisies, maybe the odd other flower here and there, but nothing particularly exciting or diverse. Outside of that, we have some introduced shrubs, so standard introduced shrubs that you would find on such sites, and then quite a lot of trees. My understanding is that some of those trees are going to be removed, but there is going to be, I think, 47 or 48 new trees planted on site, which is definitely a bonus. Other habitats that are going to be created on site include what we'd say is other neutral grassland, which is far more diverse than your general modified grassland or your general amenity grassland. There will be amenity grassland on there. There are also going to be rain gardens introduced around the sort of hard standing areas where you've got car parking and other thoroughfares going through. There's also the introduction of green roofs. So looking at the biodiversity metric that's being submitted, green roofs haven't actually been included within that 35% uplift. So I think there is actually room for modification of that biodiversity metric as we move forward, depending on what sort of green roof is going to be put into place. The number of trees coming out to going in is slightly different within the metric as well, so there may be some movement, but I think there's enough headroom in that 35% to still get quite a significant increase in biodiversity on site, and I think possibly well over the sort of 20% aspiration that the council has at the moment. So in terms of biodiversity post-development, I think there's a much better state. There's going to be more resources for insects and birds and other animals around that area.
Thanks, Dan. Back to you, Aaron.
Thank you. The next question from Councillor Thornbury was right to light. Right to light isn't going to be an issue here. All 4 blocks of the apartments are set away from the boundaries. There's sufficient separation from residential properties, and an overshadowing analysis has been submitted with the application to demonstrate an acceptable impact on the adjacent allotments as well. The next question was on M43 units. My understanding is the existing properties at Fanshawe Road, none of them are M43 compliant. So the addition of four M43 units here is a real positive with this scheme, which, as I mentioned earlier, exceeds the policy requirement of policy requires 5% of the affordable. We've got 9% here, so it's a decent uplift on M43 units. The next question, I believe, was on the demolition. That would require permission to demolish the buildings. That could be under a prior approval, and a separate assessment would be required for the demolition. The next question was on construction management. We've got traffic management plan at condition 8, which will secure the details of the construction, the contractor's parking, for example, and other details. And then we've also got the conditions 30 and 31, which secure the dust mitigation and minimisation and noise and vibration as well. So all of the relevant conditions to ensure the amenity of future existing occupants is protected during construction. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much. Right, and thanks for using the other officers. It's very useful, get more evidence. So, Councillor Dryden.
Yes, with the amount of people on the waiting list for homes in Cambridge, I welcome that. We're going to have more homes, better built homes for the environment. But unlike in Cherry Hinton recently, we had a similar site, where 100% of the homes were built for council. And it's a shame we couldn't have done it here.
Thanks for that, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Hi, I just have another very quick point on the demolition and construction. Because I know that you have a construction plan, I know that you'll be doing a demolition audit, but residents don't know that. Most of residents' experience is local, very small builders who don't have any of the equipment that larger builders have. Can we have an informative to deliver some information to residents on exactly what is happening and what provisions there are if they have a problem with it? Because it is quite a densely populated area.
Do you mean in terms of a site manager, contact phone number, that sort of thing, or do you mean more than that?
Well, I would leave it to the officers who know much more about me. But for example, you know, if it's noisy, who do they ring? If it's dusty, who do they ring? If their complaint isn't dealt with promptly or at all, who do they ring at the council? I mean, it doesn't have to be anything elaborate, but even just telling people that their hours of working, I think would be really helpful. Because I know that we have this information put before us as councillors, but ordinary people don't have that access.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Councillor. I'll leave it to the case officer to wrap up on that. But my understanding is that sites have project managers who are available, usually by the mobile phone number, and hours of operation are normally restricted. And if we go outside those hours, then that's an environmental health enforcement issue, I think. But I'll leave it to Aaron to pick up in a minute when I get some more questions. So thank you for that. Councillor Porer?
Thank you, Chair. And I do agree with you. It's really important we work as a local planning authority here. This is not political. So there are some really positive things about this site. I mean, I do understand what people are saying about the biodiversity, but the category A trees are being preserved, which I think is always a priority for us, and we are seeing replacement planting. So personally, I like the idea of opening up that area, making it transmissible, opening through to the park. I very much welcome the M43. I think that's fantastic, hitting at 9%, and the accessibility. Though I am a little disappointed. I suppose coming on to the next thing, the massing is quite substantial for me, particularly the view from Coleridge Park. So I think with my planning hat on, I'm trying to work out the balance of what outweighs that. And what I find disappointing here, and again, taking off my councillor hat, we all want really good council housing. I don't think that's a political point. If I look at this as a developer coming forward, you've got 2 affordable blocks. All the single aspect homes are in the affordable blocks. The affordable blocks do hit passive house aspirations, but I notice Emma didn't mention what it is for the market homes. They're not coming in as that. So it's only the affordable that are hitting passive house principles. The others aren't, which again worries me. You know, it's great that the council as a developer is doing that, but what about the others? And it says in the design review panel that it said incredibly minor and cheap amendments could be made to bring these up to passive house principle standard. So for me, that is a negative. So if you look at the single aspect, it's actually 20% of the affordable that are single aspect because it's 45 units. Or no, I think it's probably more than that. Actually, it's 12, isn't it, of the 45 units. Oh, my maths isn't very good, Chair, you'll have to forgive me. But it's a considerably higher proportion that's single aspect, and they're all for the affordable homes, which I would struggle with if a developer's coming forward. Obviously, the matter of the rents, the local plan policy only wants affordable rents, and they are meeting that. They're quite blocky for me when you look at them from Coleridge. They're very chunky, and I find that view challenging. And I also note, I think the design review panel said it is quite dominated by parking. So all the houses with the nice gardens are market. All the council houses are in the blocks. But we've got 1 parking space per market home, but only less than 0.5, I imagine, for the flats. I mean, I'm very happy to go for a very car-capped development. We don't need to have it. But again, it worries me that we're now filling up lots of parking spaces for the market homes, where perhaps we could have built a little bit bigger or wider and got rid of those single aspects. So for me, I'm struggling with my planning hat on with how the developer has done this, because what we're basically saying is the affordable homes have got the lower quality. We don't have mechanical heat recovery. I've forgotten what the full term is, Toby will tell me, Aaron, but you know, so these are single aspects home with no mitigation, as I understand it. We're not meeting passive house standards for the non-affordable. So I'd be interested if Emma could just confirm what improvement it is for the market homes, please, because I think the 73% only applies to the council. So I am concerned about this at the moment from a planning perspective, because we have to, although it's a KIP, it is a council development, we have to treat them as we would any other developer, and I'm pretty sure I'd be raising these questions if this was another developer as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. There's quite a lot there. I'm going to go back to Aaron. If he wants to refer to Emma, that's great. So, Aaron.
Thank you, Chair. So, starting off with Councillor Dryden's point on the Colville Road development, which was 100% affordable. Yes, so Cambridge Investment Partnership have been delivering 100% affordable schemes, but from a planning perspective, they're still exceeding, in this application, exceeding policy requirements by delivering 54%. So, yeah, I appreciate the lesser provision under this application, but it's still acceptable in planning terms, going above and beyond policy. Councillor Bennett suggested an informative for neighbour newsletters to keep, I guess, neighbour newsletters to keep residents updated during the construction process, which is acceptable. Alternatively, I think we could put a condition on for a more detailed construction management plan, which could include details of the site manager, for example. So I think that's appropriate. Just belt and braces give a bit more comfort on that matter. Councillor Porra's point on massing, I might refer to Anne-Marie and Helen, Anne-Marie from Urban Design, Helen Sayers from Landscape in a moment. But just to give a quick overview of the journey we went on through pre-application, and it was reviewed by a design review panel, and they did raise concerns with the overall massing. But since that meeting and panel review, we have reduced the massing. Blocks W1 and W2 were originally one large block of 5-storey accommodation. That has now been broken down into 2 separate blocks, dropping in height as well. Yes, we've lost units, but the overall design is considered acceptable as submitted. The next question from Councillor Porra was on single aspect units. So yes, they are within the affordable accommodation. 13 out of the 45 affordable are proposed to be single aspect, which as a percentage is better than the Cambridge Investment Partnerships have achieved on other schemes. We had Aylesbury Close presented as being the most recent Cambridge Investment Partnership committee, where that scheme was actually 22 out of 70 was single aspect. I think the issue we've got is obviously there's a number of 1-bedroom properties within the affordable provision, and it's very difficult to completely design out for 1-bedroom units. So I'll, at this point, hand over to Emma Davies to sort of come back on the other queries from Councillor Porra on a single aspect and inclusion of MVHR for ventilation, etc.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Okay.
Emma.
Thanks, Aaron. Yeah, so I think our starting point with all pre-applications, as it was in this case, is we always try and look at ways in which to design out single aspect dwellings. And as Aaron has mentioned, there are a lower number of single aspect than we've had on other KIP schemes. I think with regards to the single aspect units we have here, what we always ask for wherever there are going to be single aspect units, we will always ask applicants, regardless of who the applicant is, we'll always ask them to carry out the most rigorous form of overheating assessment available through the Part O building regulations. So that's referred to as dynamic thermal modelling. That has been carried out for this scheme. They did test some of the single aspect units as part of that scheme. And as part of that, they did look at a number of mitigation measures. So the single aspect units do include mechanical ventilation with heat recovery, for example. They do include upgraded glazing specifications. So that's referred to as the G value, which is to do with solar transmission of glazing. They also look to include features such as the depth of window reveals, which we're finding is quite an important aspect. Deeper window reveals can provide more shading. The ground floor apartments, they're looking at louvers as well, which are secure to enable those units to benefit from natural ventilation. And with all of those measures, all of the units have passed the Part O requirements. Now, one of the other measures that is included in all of the affordable units, as well as the market units as well, is that the air source heat pumps are also able to provide tempered air into dwellings, and that's something that we're seeing more and more now in schemes where they're using air source heat pumps, is that those heat pumps can also provide cooler air as well. So that's not something that they've included as a mitigation. They've not tested that as part of the Part O assessment, but it is an additional measure that all of the units are going to benefit from. So that's on the kind of single aspect. As I say, our aim is always to design out as far as possible, and that's an approach that we'll take with all applicants. Councillor Porra also asked a question about the market units and how they differ to the affordable units. So looking at the carbon reduction of the market units, it varies depending on the units, but we have carbon reduction of between 67% and 74% beyond Part L compliant baseline. I've had a look back at the fabric performance and the difference between the market and the affordable, and there are some slight differences to the kind of the values of the different elements of fabric. I think one of the key differences between the affordable and the market is around the external windows. So in the affordable, triple glazing is specified, and that's very common. That's the standard approach with Passive House. For the market units, it's double glazing, for example. So that could be an area where some changes could potentially be made. I think some of the other differences between the other kind of fabric elements are a little bit less of a kind of difference between the two. But those market units are still delivering high levels of carbon reduction. They are still taking an all-electric approach, so they do also benefit from air source heat pumps as well. But it's around those fabric standards where some of the key differences are. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah, thanks. Aaron, anything else?
I think it would be useful for Anne-Marie and Helen to give sort of an overview on the scale and massing to address Councillor Porra's points on why this is acceptable to officers.
Yeah, sure. Just say what your title is as well, Anne-Marie, will you?
Hi, yes, Anna-Marie, I'm the Urban Design Officer for behalf of the Greater Cambridge Partnership, and I've been advising on this scheme. As someone has already mentioned, there's always, you know, a mixture of things taken into consideration. And if you look at the sort of the three basics in terms of wanting to keep a large amount of green open space on the site, but also deliver additional units. If you want to keep the green open space, you kind of restrict yourself to a certain amount of footprint that you want to develop. And then if you want to deliver additional units, you automatically start to increase the massing and the height of the buildings. So and throughout the pre-application process, we've been trying to seek and balance all these elements. I think that the large open space in the middle and the new access that it gives into the recreation ground from the south, from the Fanshawe Road estate, which I know Aaron mentioned before, but at the moment the access into the recreation ground from the south is really, really poor. So I think having that new high quality green open space in the middle that can be enjoyed by everyone and provides a much better link through to the recreation ground for everyone is a real benefit. But you automatically see that then the available footprint to put your buildings on, you know, is more restricted. So we then looked at many different ways that you could put the blocks in the available sort of leftover space. And as Aaron already alluded to, at one point we're looking more at more linear blocks that were a little bit narrower but longer. This is one of them, and we just felt that was becoming far too overwhelming for the site. And also, as you can see in the sort of bottom left-hand picture, the houses that then sit behind there, you know, are getting completely dwarfed.
I think you've frozen, mate. So let's go back to Aaron, shall we? And Aaron can carry on.
Yes. So as Anne-Marie has said, we've really worked to break down the massing, and as I've mentioned, we have lost units as a result of reducing the mass of this block and separating it into two separate blocks of accommodation. Anne-Marie's back. Anything more to add, Anne-Marie? We lost you mid sentence.
Oh, sorry. Yes. So yeah, as I said, we've gone back to the 4 separate blocks just we felt to address that massing. You know, trying to reduce it as much as possible, dropping them down, but also slipping the blocks to trying to break up the volume of massing to a point that we felt was acceptable. That the blocks are not overbearing. So the proportion of the block and the height of the block in relationship to the open space, I think is a well balanced scheme. Yes, the blocks are taller, but I feel with the open space that surrounds it, the landscape that surrounds it, I feel that the site can take it. And as I said, you're always balancing height and massing and delivering units with, creating acceptable townscape and a pleasant environment to live in. And I think, this scheme delivers an appropriate balance between all these different elements.
Okay, thanks, Anne-Marie. Back to you, Aaron. Anything else?
No, I believe that's covered all questions, but let me know if not.
Yeah, will do. So I think there was a question actually from Councillor Thornborough. I wasn't quite sure if you answered it, but the question that she raised about the 4 accessible units, disability access, she asked if there were any existing units currently on site, and how she wanted to compare it to the proposed development. Can you answer that question? If I don't believe you did.
Sorry, I thought I'd addressed that. I don't.
I'm sorry if you did.
Don't believe there are any M43 in the existing accommodation. But the new proposal is, for M43 will be much better quality than the existing provision, obviously.
Sorry, my bad. You did it. Okay. So, Councillor Levine.
Thank you, Chair. This development does seem to have a lot to commend it, especially in comparison with the existing buildings, which I think are all unoccupied and clearly not to anything, well, not to a modern standard, basically. I noticed that all the supplies, the water, the gas, electricity, are all being metered on these buildings, and I hope that that's going to be a trend for all new house building. A little disappointed, really, that all of the affordable housing is, I think it's concentrated into 2 blocks rather than distributed throughout the buildings, which I would have thought would be socially better. Maybe there's practical building reasons why they need to concentrate all the affordable housing together in one place. And disappointed that I haven't seen any reference to photovoltaic PV panels in this building at all. And I don't know why that hasn't been that hasn't been included. I'd also just repeat Councillor Pora's point, actually, of the Cambridge Design Review panel, who did say, why can't all the dwellings be built close to Passive House standard as the affordable houses? I just think that's a bit of a pity. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. I think those questions have come up already, but perhaps if you could sort of clarify those, then please, Aaron. And if you want to it might be useful if you referred to the size of the site and how many blocks we can get on the site in terms of pepper potting, which is a technical term sort of for spreading affordable accommodation through a site, so as you would pepper on a plate. And sometimes those are clumped, so-called, because of the site's restrictions. So that might be a factor here you might want to talk about, Aaron. And also, what was the other thing that you covered? Affordable. I'll let you do that and I'll check my notes. So, Aaron, can you respond to that, Councillor's questions, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Levine, for the question. So on clustering, we've got 28 affordable homes within apartment block W1, which does exceed the policy guidance from the housing which should limit the clustering to 15. But given this application is over providing on affordable homes at 54%, and as existing, there's already a cluster of affordable accommodation on the site. On balance, the the proposed over provision of affordable, along with a slight exceedance of the clustering, is considered acceptable here. The point made from a management perspective, having the affordable accommodation in 2 separate blocks, it works better than having them sort of spread out and mixed into the affordable. So from a management perspective, having 1 block of 28 and 1 block of 17 is acceptable. And obviously we've got the market accommodation also within the 2 blocks of accommodation as well. So I don't think there's an issue in terms of clustering as a whole. I think it's got good mix and balance type and sizes, etc. So that's considered acceptable as addressed in the officer report. On the solar panels query, so solar panels were reviewed by the applicant team as part of the sustainability assessment. However, the proposals already exceed the local plan requirements for energy reduction through the provision of a compact tower exhaust air source heat pump, which will be used for space heating and hot water generation. However, the applicants have confirmed that solar panels will be considered at the next detailed design stage, so they might be introduced as part of the development. And likewise for the question on passive house, as we've already mentioned, the proposal is exceeding policy requirements as submitted. So whilst we've encouraged the market dwellings to also be passive house, we can't enforce and insist on that. It's desirable, not essential. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So just to be clear, I'm not clear, when you say likewise, do you mean that the applicant will consider passive house principles for the market accommodation before the item could come to site, or was that only referring to the first item you were talking about?
Sorry for not being clear, Chair. So likewise was just focused on the yeah, I wasn't clear at all there, actually. Sorry about that.
You're a bit poorly, don't worry, it's okay.
It's no excuse. I think I don't think it'd be reasonable to insist that they consider passive house for the market. They're already exceeding policy, and it's considered acceptable to the sustainability officer. So I don't think we should insist that that is explored further. Again, whilst desirable, it's not essential.
Yeah, okay,
So
that's fine. You've said enough on that.
Is acceptable.
Just one other thing, you don't need to comment on, yes, you want to, but the thing I was going to say from my notes was that the housing waiting list has predominantly got demands from 1 and 2 bedroom dwellings, and I suppose that's why we have 1 and 2 bedroom dwellings coming forward from this particular developer. Is that not the case, Aaron?
Yes, that's correct. We've obviously got 51% of the affordable is in 1 bedroom, 29% in 2 bed, and 20% in 3 beds, and that mix is supported by the housing strategy team.
Okay, thanks. So a couple of councillors have asked about why the market housing doesn't have passive house principles applied. Now, obviously, as we all know, we look at what's on the table in front of us in terms of planning committee, so we can't sort of redesign the scheme on the table. It's a fair question, though, although also in common sense terms, people that live in affordable accommodation don't have so much money to spend on utility bills, perhaps. But I don't make that argument because I don't think that is a fair argument to everyone. But would the applicant like to tell us why that's not happened, or has it been a consideration? Don't normally ask the applicant to speak again, but the question is there. Why isn't the market accommodation built to passive house standards?
I'm Simone Marsberg, I work for Hill, so part of the KIP team. We've not seen evidence to see that the cost of the passive house is recovered in the value of the houses, and that's why we don't follow the process.
Thank you very much for that very clear answer. That's what I thought, and that's good that we've got that clear now. So thank you very much. The other thing I was just going to pick up before we go on to the other questions is, well, two things actually. So firstly, protected open space has been talked about. Now, that was also mentioned by one of the speakers, Sarah, who talked about, building on Parker's Piece and Jesus Green as well. So, protected open space. Aaron, do we have a policy on that? And what is the policy and what's happening here in this particular case in terms of the protected open space? And secondly, dual aspect has been talked about and hasn't been explained. So if you could explain it, Aaron, what dual aspect means, but also can you tell us if we have a policy requirement on dual aspect or single aspect, whichever you want to refer to, and also what one does to mitigate if one needs to in a scheme, Aaron.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just check everyone can see my screen?
Yep.
Yep. So as I've mentioned in the presentation, the existing protected open space, the areas highlighted in green within the red line, and obviously to the north we've got the recreation ground also protected, allotments also protected. So policy 67 seeks to not permit development which would harm the character or lead to the loss of open space of environmental or recreational importance, unless the open space can satisfactorily be replaced in terms of quality, quantity, access with an equal or better standard than that which is proposed to be lost. So within this proposal, we are increasing the amount of open space which is all publicly accessible. A higher quality will include play spaces, landscape enhancements, and will be a better standard than which is proposed to be lost. Well, in fact, we're not losing, we're just reconfiguring the protected open space here. All open space, just because it's not formally, if open space elsewhere, just because it's not formally allocated as protected, all open space is protected by this policy in its own right. This just emphasises that the SPD has allocated certain parts as protected. So the area to the front has got a low rating of 36% quality, and to the north, adjacent to the allotments, 66% quality rating in terms of recreational and environmental importance. However, as set out in the report, officers have considered the new open space to be a betterment, along with an increase in quantity. So I hope that answers that question.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, any other one?
And dual aspect, so windows on more than one elevation, facing in a different direction. So at the moment, single aspect units, we've got, I don't know if I've got a plan that shows the single aspect. Yep, so we've got a single aspect unit here with windows only facing to the west.
Can you use your laser pointer if possible, Aaron, so we can see easier, the red one?
Yeah, that's right, I just have to stop presenting for a second.
Sorry, it's just easier to see.
Yeah, of course.
It's not perfect in here because we've got a bit of away from the screens, that's all.
Sorry, the computer decided to freeze on me at a bad moment. Let's just restart.
If I'm holding things up, you carry on with the arrow thing. That'll do better than nothing.
Okay, so we've got the laser pointer there now. So these are, as soon as I zoom, it disappears. Single aspect facing to the west.
It's not on screen. Share your screen.
Is that loaded now?
Coming, I think. Yes, got it.
So this has highlighted the 4 single aspect units within block E2. All of these face westwards and only have windows on the west elevation. However, these are considered acceptable because, as we've been through with Emma, the design mitigation measures that have been put in place, along with the fact they meet space standards, they've got good floor to ceiling ratios, they overlook the open space as well. So in terms of the quality of the accommodation, it's considered to be adequate from a overheating and ventilation perspective. And then we've got dual aspect units, as you can see, elsewhere within the blocks. So this unit here has a north-facing window and also a west-facing window. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. And so you didn't quite answer part of my question. Do we have a policy on single aspect or dual aspect accommodation?
No, there is no policy that requires the provision of all units as dual aspect. There is sustainable design guidance that encourages applicants to prioritise the provision of dual aspect. But given that 85% of this scheme is dual aspect, I think they have successfully prioritised dual aspect in this instance. Thank you.
And just to be absolutely clear then, Aaron, so the single aspect dwellings that are proposed have mitigation measures in place to allow that accommodation to perform as adequately as dual aspect. Is that a correct understanding?
I believe that's correct, but Emma, please chip in and correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, thank you.
That is correct, Aaron. They do have mitigation measures to help mitigate the risk of overheating.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Right, Councillor Bajan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm still seeking some clarifications. The Sustainable Housing Design Guide 2021 for Cambridge City, which Aaron just mentioned, what priority does that have in regards to our position to be able to reject or accept development? So that's one of the questions. Was it a material reason to reject or not? And my second point is I have a concern about the SWIFT boxes. Am I right in thinking that it is illegal to take out SWIFT boxes if it's during the nesting season? And if so, can I ask, I don't know if I can, who asked for this to be done? Because if we as a council ask for this to be done, and if it is illegal, then I think that needs to be noted and a point needs to be made to the relevant people that this should not happen. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. I presume you're referring to the comments from Sarah as a speaker earlier on.
Chair, I am. But in that second point.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so I'm going to go back to Aaron on that just to get that clarity on that straight away. Aaron?
Clarity on, sorry, I was busy researching answers. Clarity on the
there's two things.
On the sustainable design.
Housing Design Guide and SWIFT boxes.
Yeah, so the Sustainable Housing Design Guide is an internal document. It has no planning status and would not warrant the refusal of the application. Only the Greater Cambridge Sustainable Design and Construction SPD has planning status. So that clarifies that, hopefully. And on the SWIFT boxes, I'm going to hand over to Dan Weaver at this point. My understanding is that the SWIFT boxes were removed in communication with Guy Belcher, the council's ecologist, and that agreement was in place before they were removed. And also we've got the condition that requires the temporary provision during construction. And as you say, it's protected by under separate legislation as well. But Dan, please go into more detail on that.
Thank you, Aaron. Yes, no problem. So protected status of nesting birds is found in the Countryside and Wildlife Act 1981 as amended. What it actually states is that an active nest is protected. So if the nest is not active, then it is not protected. So that counts for all species of birds, whether they are a golden eagle or a pigeon. If they are nesting, they are protected. So those boxes were removed, I would imagine, either prior to the nesting season or checked prior to removal by a competent ecologist to make sure that there was no nesting birds within it. So that is to prevent any nesting birds from being disturbed during destruction of the buildings or development of the site in itself. The agreement that was made, I believe, between Guy Belcher and the developer and the ecologists, the ecology consultants within the developers engaged, was a temporary provision for SWIFTs on site site would be created during the construction process. So there is still facilities for swifts to nest on site, because swifts can be quite, they come back to the same site quite often. So what's been done is the removal of those swift boxes is for the prevention of destruction of a nest, and also there will be temporary availability of other nesting sites for those swifts. I think once the site is developed, there is going to be an increase in swift boxes around the development and other bird nesting facilities as well. So in overall, we are hopefully going to protect the species during that process, and also have a higher provision at the end of the process as well.
Thanks, Dan. Aaron, anything else?
No, I believe that's covered everything. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Any more questions? Yes, Councillor Thornborough. We need to wrap up soon, councillors. I think good debate.
I've just got a couple. I've got a point of clarification and then a couple of points to make. So, Councillor Tong said he referred to an impact on health and education, and he mentioned students travelling across the city to schools, which I'm not sure if that's relevant. And I wondered if, as they were raised as a reason for concern, whether the officers could comment on that. And then just going back to some of the points that have been made, I completely agree with Councillor Bennett about a demolition condition. We've done a lot of work at Darwin Green, where there's been extensive demolition work, and we know what good demolition is. And I would really hope that we could have a condition about demolition, and about which will cover a lot of the points Councillor Bennett raised, because I know that they were dealt with at Darwin Green. The final open space that's provided, does it remain protected rather than just open space? Will that continue to be protected open space, and therefore, that it can't be encroached by extensions and things like that? That's one question. I'm also, regarding the water supply, I would like, I don't know about whether we could use policy 28A, which is about adapting buildings for climate crisis, and the fact that we know that we have to do as much as we can for water, and whether we could whether we could have a condition that looks further into the design of the water. So, for example, where we collect rainwater from the balconies have to go into a separate downpipe, whether we can ensure that could be collected for at least watering the plants on the balconies or at ground level, and whether we could actually ask whether we could have a two-pipe system built into this development, so that it would future-proof opportunities to separate grey recycled water and potable water. So that would be something I don't know if I would very much like to see if we could do that, and maybe have wording come back to Chair and Spokes regarding that. So that's policy 28A, if possible. I think it's really, really good that the air source heat pump can be switched to cool the buildings, because this is a new feature coming through in air source heat pumps. And there's only one other building in Cambridge that I know of, and it's one of the new student accommodation provided by one of the colleges. And I've heard that it is a really good feature to help with climate change in the future, so that's good. And finally, I don't know whether this is relevant, but there will be flats. There are flats which are market flats. What is it? Is it a planning? Can we get involved in whether the leasehold arrangement for these flats? Because there's a lot in a lot of concerns raised about leasehold and the really severe situation some tenants, kind of leasehold tenants, get into regarding service charges. And is there a possibility that these could be common hold? Or is that something beyond, that we can't really do under planning? Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Right, Councillor Pora.
Thank you. I think I'm right in saying this didn't come to pre-app to committee, did it? And it's a real shame it didn't, because there are so many things here that just need a bit of tweaking, in my opinion. But I'm still struggling with the massing and balancing that against the game, because much of the massing is market homes. And we need to be clear, I think I've done the maths right this time, 29% of the affordable are single aspects, that's 13 out of 45. And I do note what Emma's said, but, you know, having mechanical recovery, that's cost for tenants who are on the lower incomes. It increases bills. It is great about the switchable air source heat pumps, but I think Aaron said we can't rely on that now. That's not conditioned anywhere. And I gather from recent document Councillor Thornborough I've been looking at, they can be quite noisy if you switch it the other way. So again, that will come later, so that I can't add that into the balance. I think it's still very dominated by parking, mostly for the market homes. To me, this just feels like a poor balance. I understand, with my housing revenue account hat on, I completely understand the constraints of the council, but here I'm looking at it as a developer. The developer came with a private thing saying we're going to put all the affordable people in 2 blocks, one of which is, I think, 12, what was it? It's 15, it's 27. 12 over our recommended blocking. We're not pepper potting them across, and I do understand you need to have shared corridors and things, but actually this could have been designed better to do that, in my opinion. So if a developer came with this and said, we're going to put all of the affordable in this corner, we're going to give them all the single aspect homes, we're going to give most of the decent houses to the richer end of the market, and we're going to give more of the parking because it will sell better, I understand why they would do that, but I would be challenging it, and I'm still in a position here where I'm not comfortable at the moment voting for it. I mean, for some of the previous, schemes, for whether it's KIP or not, we have deferred to ask them to come back to review some of these things. And I think this just reiterates again why pre-application meetings with councils are so important, because a lot of this stuff could have been resolved then. But looking at this, if this was a private developer, nothing to do with the council, I would be saying, you know, you're segregating the affordable from the others, they're lower quality, they've got more costs associated with the MVHR, and all of the nicer bits are being sold off privately. So I'm struggling at the moment. I would be quite minded to move to a deferral, because I understand we need this housing. I want high quality housing. I appreciate that it's passive house, but it's not passive house all the way round. And again, very honestly from Hill, I commend that. It's true, it's not as saleable perhaps, but we should be aspiring for the best, and we expect our developers to do that. And we have sent things back before to say, come back with better. So my view at the moment is I would like to move to defer, if someone would second that. But obviously I will go with what the rest of the committee think, because I appreciate other people may have different views. Thank you.
So a deferral is often enacted to get more information. You're suggesting we have a deferral for the applicant to come back with a better scheme, in your opinion. It could happen. It depends on the votes of the assembled. But hang on a minute. We'll come back to that in a minute, if you don't mind, Councillor, all right? So, Aaron, do you want to just answer the questions we've got on the table at the moment before we go forward, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So starting with Councillor Thornborough's various questions. Firstly, education, health, etc. We've received comments from the county education team confirming there's capacity at the early years primary and secondary schools in the area, so no contribution is sought towards education. The NHS, we've received a request for over £70,000 towards Cornford House surgery and Mill Road surgery, which has been agreed by the developer team and considered to meet this relevant seal test, so that is secured. So yeah, taking the specialist advice on those elements, we're accepting the details. The next question was on protected open space. So the existing protected open space is being reconfigured to what is proposed now. Councillor Thornborough mentioned if there are extensions, etc., into the open space, but the flats wouldn't have permitted development rights to carry out extensions without permission, so that would need permission in its own right, and the dwellings have just got the rear garden, so could carry out extensions into the rear, not within the protected open space. If this new open space was to be formally protected, As I mentioned, open spaces are all protected in their own right, just not formally allocated within the open space strategy. That would need to be reassessed as part of a review of the open spaces through policy, usually through the local plan. So the emerging local plan could reassess this new open space once completed to see whether that requires formal allocation. The next question was on policy 28 on water efficiency. I think it'd be good for Emma to give an overview of the spec we've got in front of us today in terms of water efficiency and the mitigation measures and relevant conditions we've imposed to ensure it's acceptable.
Yeah, we've had a water efficiency specification already provided to achieve the 99 litres per person per day, just slightly over 99 litres, which is an improvement on existing policy. So condition 24 seeks to secure the implementation of that water efficiency specification. We've also got an informative as well, which is about kind of encouraging applicants to kind of go further than current policy allows. I think we'd probably need to take advice if we were looking to develop any new condition wording, thinking particularly about things like trying to condition dual pipe systems, that sort of thing. At the moment, that goes beyond current policy requirements. There is a lot of work happening in the background at the moment, looking at what we need to be doing to respond to the water scarcity issue. But at the moment, I think trying to condition things like dual pipes, that sort of thing, that would likely require changes to the design because you'd need to have the space to put that infrastructure in. So I'm not sure how much we would actually secure through a condition. So I think I'd need to probably take some advice from other colleagues on that to see what were possible. Could be potentially a case of looking at our water efficiency informative and looking if we could adapt that slightly instead. I have had a quick look through the landscape documents. I couldn't see within there, and landscape colleagues might know this off the top of their heads, whether or not there were already proposals in place for rainwater harvesting for irrigation purposes. But that might be something that colleagues in landscape might need to confirm.
Okay, thanks, Emma. Aaron, anything else?
Just through you, Chair, we have got Helen Sayers with us today from the landscape team. I don't know if Helen wants to add anything further to that.
Yeah, we've also got highways here as well, just in case you want to use them. So yeah, go ahead, Helen.
Yeah, there isn't any rainwater harvesting in the scheme at the moment. There are rain gardens, but that's something completely different. So.
All right, thanks, Helen. Right, still got speakers coming up. I think we're going to have to draw this conclusion soon. So yes, I've got Councillor Bennett and Councillor Bajan. I've got you. Okay. Let me just say a few words as well. So I think it's a pretty good scheme myself. Sensitive design, good-looking scheme. Like Councillor Porter, I thought it was a bit blocky, but I understand the nature of building flats and how that works and how high and wide they need to be to get some flats into them. So that all seems sensible to me. I was a bit surprised it was different colour brick. Everything needs to be red brick around there, but again, I mean, it doesn't have to completely match what's around it. It can be a different thing altogether. I don't think we've ever talked in such detail about the sort of technology of the buildings as we have in this particular item. And just on using that as an example, I think we need to be careful of treating all items equally in this committee, including those which come from KIP, which is part supported by Cambridge City Council. So, yeah, let's see everything fairly, I think. Very impressive, a lot of it, you know, especially in terms of the passive house principles. And this is all, again, very technological, but as far as I understand, that basically means that passive house standard is very expensive, complicated to put into place. Passive house principles a bit cheaper, but performs really, really well and saves residents a lot of money on the utility bills. And so that's a good thing. And also the improvements to the fabric, as Emma outlined, for the market housing, so-called, which is the stuff that's for sale, very good too. I think it was 60% or so better than building standards require. So, you know, I have to say, what's not to like? It seems that one of the things that concerned me was the single aspect dwellings, but then if you have flats, often flats open off a corridor, so they have one window and then one corridor side, so that's the way flats are. And, you know, with modern ventilation, and also it was said about being expensive, but I believe, and I can check this with officers, this is a question, I understand that those ventilation systems are actually very cheap to run. It's a different thing to the air source heat pump, which is a different thing, but the ventilation thing is like a continuous fan, I think, often that sucks air out, and that's really low energy device. So that's not an expensive thing, but performs well to make the space work in the context to which it's placed in the building. So I'm supportive, but did you want to come back on that question, Aaron, or through Emma?
Yes, through Emma, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say the mechanical ventilation with heat recovery, it is a standard thing that you see on anything that's working towards passive house, and it is a low energy system. It also has the benefit of having that heat recovery as well, which again can further help with any space heating requirements. So they are kind of low energy, low cost systems.
All right, thanks, Emma. Thanks, Aaron. Toby, you want to speak?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to, I think, provide some clarity from my perspective regarding Councillor Thornborough's question around water reuse and water recycling. I think my view is that certainly with the open space, we could look at amending condition 20, which is the surface water drainage strategy, to include reference to rainwater recycling. I would be a bit more concerned around kind of extending your question any further to require, for example, potentially dual pipe systems because of the potential cost implications there. But we could look at putting an informative on the permission as necessary.
Yeah, so thanks, Toby. So just to be clear, a condition needs to be fair and reasonable to the applicant, but we can have an informative wherever we like. It's just a question of whether the applicant wants to take notice of it or not. So I've got two more speakers. So Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, but I've still got quite a lot of small points. I was hoping other people would ask them. So first, I noticed we've got indoor storage for bikes, including cargo bikes. And I think it's likely that at least some of those will be battery powered. So my question is, are we going to be having charging points there? And if so, can we ensure that we have fire risk sensors and alarms? I'm sure that Councillor Bajan would be able to be a bit more technical about that if needed. Second one is, on the saplings where we're replanting trees, our tree officers replant them now with a water bag, which really does improve survival. Is that planned here, or if not, can we put an informative in to that effect? And the third one is one of the public speakers expressed concern about motorcycles using the green space as a cut through, and I can see that there's some natural mitigation for people speeding through that space because there's a lovely curved path. Is there anything further that the sort of landscape officer can suggest to stop people speeding through? Because I think if you've got children playing in that area, it would be something that would worry me a little bit. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bajan.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that local people have come to register their concerns at this committee. Sarah in particular, thank you for raising the issues. that we have needed to consider. The SWIFTs, the mix of homes, the loss of green space, the single aspect. I think we've challenged those, Chair. I think we've made points. I think we would prefer that some of these things weren't what they are, but they are. Councillor Tong, your argument was largely political. You took advantage. That's regrettable, particularly when the local ward council was shut down. Of course, we would prefer that we could build a whole estate of council homes. Of course we would prefer that. But the Tories have stolen all our money. We can't do that. We don't have the funding to do that.
Again, the Tories are a political party. That's not...
No, it's not, Chair. It's about what's right.
The government. Let's say the government, shall we?
OK, let's call them the government. The
but
Tory government, sorry. I apologise for calling them Tories. The Tory government. What we've found during the course of this debate is that without the market homes, we couldn't be building the council homes. Without the market homes, we couldn't be knocking down homes that are no longer satisfactory to live in. We couldn't do that. And this is regrettable. I don't like it. I don't suppose anybody in this room likes it. But that's how it is. It's what the market dictates. That's the world that we live in. We need to consider the cost. Interestingly, and I find this unusual, the market homes, the council homes, are being built to a higher standard than the ones that are going to be sold in the marketplace. And we have heard from the officer as to why that was, because it costs too much, and so it's not the same return. So the council tenants are getting a better deal than the private tenants, and that is very unusual. I think that's really commendable. The homes are going to be more affordable to heat. We're told a reduction of 75% in heating bills. Now, we've all had the double glazing people come round and the solar panel people come round and promise us things. And, you know, maybe it won't be 75%. Maybe it'll be 74 or 73. You know, but they're going to be cheaper to heat. And we're building homes for people in the future, people who need council homes that are going to be affordable, they're going to be within our carbon footprint, they're good for our society. I find it very difficult, some of this. But I don't like the fact that we're being accused of gentrification. We are building homes for people in this city. People that cannot afford their own houses. So I think the gentrification slur is badly used and regrettable. I understand that people want to make political points. We've got green roofs on these places. Green roofs. You know, that is towards our biodiversity. I came here independent, really, but when nobody comes independent, we come with a view. My view is very clear now. I've listened to all the arguments. I'd like to support the Fanshawe people. The problem is that there's nobody living in these flats anymore. So I'm not quite sure who you are representing. I know that it might be local community. So I feel that I will vote in favour of this scheme. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks for that, Councillor. Good points. Right, I think we're all done on debates. Thank you. There's been a very robust debate, probably one of the best we've ever had, I think, in terms of time at least, but certainly lots of interesting points, especially in terms of the building fabric, which we've never been to in such detail in the past. One thing to cover off is Councillor Poore asked for a deferment of this item. Councillor Poore?
Yeah, I think I would still like to do that. Because for me, it's very much that idea of the balance. You know, I'm weighing up the massing of the buildings, the split of the tenancies in terms of affordable market. And for me at the moment, I'm not totally clear why we're justifying going to 27, not 15 for a cluster. I would like some reassurance about the cost of the MVHR, although I know what you said, Chair, that it is cheaper than air source heat pump. I would really like to see the reversing air source heat pumps, which would add huge value as part of an application. And I think as well, we've got green roofs, as Councillor Bager says, but we're not recycling any grey water and rainwater, and water is such a concern. And for me, they are quite blocky. And again, I could offset that, but for me, I'm struggling with the balance. And I think it would be fair to give the applicant, you know, because like you say, we have to treat them like every other applicant. And we've done this before with private ones. Give them a chance for deferral to come back to, in effect, justify some of those things, or perhaps look at some remedies that would make that balance a little bit easier. I don't want to throw it out and put it back years later because we need these houses. But I suppose for me, deferral would be consistent with what we have done on any site before, where we have, because I just don't feel I have enough evidence at the moment to justify a vote for, which is why I'm asking for the deferrals. But obviously it's up to committee whether anyone wants to second or vote for that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I appreciate your points, Councillor. You're a good member of this committee, and thank you for that. Now, Councillor Dryden, you wanted to speak next. Is this on this deferment?
Just a deferral, yeah,
Yes.
just a clarification. Because in the past, I always thought deferral was for more information, not to go back and redesign the application, just for information. So if we should be voting on what we've got in front of us today.
Thank you, Councillor. Let's not have a long debate on this. We can have a vote on it. But Councillor Levine, go on.
Yeah, thank you. As I mentioned myself on the clustering, on that basis, I would certainly be willing to second Councillor Pora's motion.
All right, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Chair, I was just wondering if I could have an answer for my final questions.
Oh, I do apologise, Councillor. It's been a long debate. I lost track slightly there. I will do that before we go on. Well, I just want to check one thing first, so no more hands. So, Toby, can we just have clarity on the deferment matter, please? Because there's been a question as to whether deferments are, and I did it myself as well earlier, just for more information, or could they be for other things like getting a better scheme back next time?
Chair, I mean, it's not, as Councillor Dryden's pointed out, it's not the committee to kind of redesign the scheme. The committee can try and ask applicants to kind of push the boundaries of applications further in that. In a lot of cases that we've seen where we have had deferments, we've had further clarification on technical details that hasn't fundamentally altered a scheme. I think my advice here is that you have a very good scheme in front of you that exceeds in a lot of respects the council's adopted standards. It's been to the design review panel. You've heard from officers this morning. It exceeds the biodiversity mandatory percentage. You've got passive house principles embedded into the affordable housing. I am not entirely sure what you would achieve from a deferment given what is on the table in terms of an offer of an application before you today.
So just to be clear, that's your opinion, Toby, but the deferment could happen. It's been proposed and seconded. So just to cover off the questions before we go to the vote on the deferment, which we'll have second. Firstly, Aaron, can you answer the questions that Councillor Bennett put, please? Did you catch them okay, or shall I repeat them?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And also, Councillor Pora asked about air source heat pumps and noise mitigation. We've got condition 34 that secures that as well. So moving on to Councillor Bennett's points. Firstly, it was about having charging facilities for electric bikes within the communal. I mean, there is space to do that within the communal cycle storage area. So I think an informative to encourage it would be sufficient. We've done that elsewhere, and I think it would be appropriate to do that here as well. So to encourage the provision of indoor, just make a note of that. Tree planting, I don't know if Helen or Joanna can come in there and sort of confirm a response to Councillor Bennett's question on how the trees will be planted.
Who wants to do that? You're both here. Joanna?
Don't mind. We do with it. It would actually come under the proposed landscaping, and that the detail of the proposed landscaping will be conditioned. And we do require management strategies for for replacement or new planting, you know, any aspect of the landscaping. So it's my understanding that it would be possible to effectively condition watering, watering sleeves, because we could request that as part of the proposed landscaping, which would be detailed by condition. Of course, there isn't any point in having the sleeves if the management of the new trees doesn't include watering, and which I would expect it to.
Okay, thanks, Joanna. So is that a fair condition then, Aaron?
Yes, we've got condition 11, hard and soft landscaping. I'd seek delegated authority to tweak just to secure that extra detail.
Okay, and finally, green space cut through.
Yeah, so obviously the scheme's been reviewed by the designing out crime officer, and no objection has been raised. Appreciate some residents and unfortunately misuse paths, but we shouldn't be designing these out just for that reason. We should be encouraging permeability across sites. It's acceptable in landscape design, urban design to have these features. So whilst it's unfortunate some people misuse these routes, it shouldn't be at the disadvantage of others. So happy with it as proposed.
Want to come back, Councillor Bennett?
Yes, thank you, Chair. My point about the bike storage was actually more about the fire risk, that if we are having charging points, that we should have fire sensors there as well. As somebody who has a battery-powered vehicle myself, I just know how big they are. I think Councillor Thornberry wants to come in.
I think she wants to answer your question, but hang on, Councillor, you're not the officer. So, Aaron, do you want to answer that one, fire risk and so on in storage for bikes?
Yes, that's the scheme's been assessed by the fire service and is supported subject to fire hydrants condition. Appreciate we've had a terrible instance where there has been an incident with fire risk from battery charges recently in the area. But that's under separate legislation. It's been assessed from it'll be assessed from a building regs perspective. I don't think we need to add that through the planning process.
Yeah, quite. So we don't do building regs in planning committee, but Councillor Thornberry, you want to speak, and you are an expert in this field, so go on.
Well, it's just that what we're finding is that a lot of buildings are coming to a much higher level of safety than even building regs
Through the chair, please, Councillor. Yeah.
Than even building regs can ask for because of the insurance risk. And I think it would actually be quite interesting for this committee to understand what is happening for mitigating fire risk, for just as the points raised, just the reality of what's happening inside. The insurance is leading what is actually going in on sites these days.
All right, thanks, Councillor. Okay, so, right, thank you very much. Good debate. So let's go to this question of deferment, which we've had put to this committee and seconded, so we need to do a vote on that. So, all those in favour of deferring this item?
2, Chair.
All those against?
5, Chair.
So that fails. Are there any final questions before we go to the vote on this item? No. Okay, so Toby, can I hear the recommendation, please?
Thanks, Chair. For this application, the recommendation is going to be put up on the screen in front of you because of the recent representation we've had from the Ambulance Trust. So that is to approve and issue planning permission subject to the planning conditions as set out within the officer report and delegated authority to officers to amend and add conditions where required, and satisfactory completion of the Section 106 agreement, including the settlement of the principal of the contribution sought by the East of England Ambulance Service NHS Trust and its amount, with delegated authority to officers to agree the final contribution amounts and minor amendments to the heads of terms as set out in the officer report. It also includes the replacement of condition 8 with a more detailed construction environmental management plan, requiring a resident point of contact regarding demolition and construction works. Includes an amendment to condition 20 to make reference to rainwater recycling. It includes an informative with regard to water reuse and the use of dual pipe systems for grey water, and an informative with regard to the encouragement of the provision of indoor electric charging provision for bicycles, and a minor amendment to condition 11, which is the landscaping condition, to allow for watering provision as discussed. Those revisions to those conditions delegated to officers.
Thank you, Toby. So the recommendation is approved. All those in favour of that recommendation?
6, Chair.
Those against?
1 against.
Okay, so the item is approved. Thank you very much. And thank you to the speakers today and officers for coming along today to help. So I think now it's 12:30. I think we better have a break for lunch now, and we'll come back after that. So if you come back at 1:15, please, members. Thank you. Yes, presume you can all hear me. Yeah. Welcome back, Planning Committee, after lunch break. So next item is item 5, Ellsborough Close. No speakers. Present the item, please, officer. Aaron, is it again?
Thank you, Chair. Just checking everyone can see my screen, please.
Yes, see it.
Thank you. So this is a Section 73 planning application, which seeks to vary the originally consented scheme, which was granted permission in October 2022. Planning Committee granted permission for the erection of 70 affordable homes, car parking, landscaping, bin and bike stores and associated works. This is a Regulation 3 planning application and is submitted by the Cambridge Investment Partnership and is being determined at Planning Committee today because the Cambridge City Council has a direct interest in the application as part applicant. So the site is located in the Arbury ward. To the east of the site, we've got Verulam Way. To the southwest is Fordwich Close, and to the southeast is Jermyn Close. In terms of site constraints, we're in the built-up boundary of the city, not within a conservation area, and there are no designated heritage assets within or near to the site. This slide just shows the aerial view of the site. And getting into the proposals. So the application seeks the removal of the previously approved underground iceberg bins, which are now proposed to be replaced by above ground bin stores within the ground floor of the apartment block. Ignore that typo in the first point there, it's within the ground floor of the apartment blocks, not within the ground. Second point, the introduction of two bin collection points, which will be conveniently located along existing routes that are already serviced by the Greater Cambridge Shared Waste Service, one along Aylesbury Close and one collection point along Verulam Way. These alterations have resulted in the need for the 2 external cycle stores, which will be secure and covered and accessible by future residents via fob access. And these changes have been required to make space within the ground floor of the apartment blocks A and C for internal bike stores, bin stores. So at the previous committee meeting back in February, committee members requested the applicants investigate an alternative underground waste system for the Aylesbury Close site, and direct reference was made by councillors to the Almshouses scheme in Girton, in the South Cambridgeshire district, which includes single hydraulic bins. However, these are 16 one-bedroom units compared to the extant consent Aylesbury Close, which is 70 affordable homes. So clearly a much larger development here at Aylesbury Close. This slide just shows, as approved, underground bins were part of the submission package, which you can see the different collection points circled in blue for the iceberg bins. So following the deferral at the last committee, tracking has been submitted by the transport consultant of the applicants, which shows the larger vehicle, which is required to service these iceberg bins, cannot reach the site due to the site constraints of the surrounding streets that are on the route to the site. So Verulam Way, I've been to the site a number of times, and quite often there's 2 vehicles parked on either side of the road, and the underground waste vehicle would be clipping these vehicles on routes, and it's not supported by the shared waste service. Likewise, on Aylesbury Close, the tracking has been submitted here. So as mentioned, following the deferral, the applicants went away and investigated the hydraulic bin option. However, this would require 24 of these to be scattered across the site. And to achieve this, there'll be more existing trees that will require felling to accommodate the amount of space required below ground for the smaller hydraulic bins, and the impact on the approved private external amenity spaces and quality of the accommodation for the future occupants would be detrimental. So as shown on this proposed revised ground floor plan, we've now got internal bin stores, maintaining a large area of cycle parking in this area, a bin collection point here and another bin collection point on this side. Sorry, I've just realised my pointer isn't on. So a bin collection point at Verulam Way and a bin collection point at Aylesbury Close, and this is supported by the Shared Waste Service and the County Highways team. So the number of cycle parking spaces isn't impacted by the change. We're still achieving the same amount as originally approved by committee and exceeding the Cambridge Local Plan 2018 standards. The design of the external bin stores are shown here. So these will have green roofs, timber cladding and metal gates with fob entry, and these will be soft close. The applicant team have engaged with officers and the urban design team and landscape on this, and is supported by all consultees. So to summarise in the planning balance, the proposed alteration is acceptable in terms of visual impact. The revised refuse strategy is now supported by the Greater Cambridge Shared Waste Service, and we've got an acceptable revised cycle parking strategy too. And there are no material considerations that would justify refusal of this application. So the officer recommendation is approval, subject to conditions and the original section 106 that was attached to the original consent. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks, Aaron. So it's been deferred. We've got more information. It's here because we have an interest in the applicant team. There are no material considerations. Any debate? No. Go to the vote then. So vote recommendation, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 88 of the officer's report, and that is to approve subject to the conditions as set out.
Thanks, Toby. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Unanimous, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Aaron. So next item is item 6, Tyndale House, and presenting officer Katie online, I presume. Yeah. Hi. Good afternoon, Katie.
Afternoon.
Speakers, we have Hannah and David Saunders, Lepting, Simon Sykes, operations for the applicant. I think that's it. That's it, yeah. Okay, so that'll come later. So if you might present the item then, please. Yeah, hello, Hannah. Good afternoon. If you want to just turn your camera off a minute, we're going to have the presentation first, and then you speak after that, all right? Thanks very much. Tap. So, Katie, you present the item, please.
Yes, yeah, just getting the presentation up now. So hopefully that should be
Yeah, that's there.
for you
Great.
to see.
See it. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so the application that we've got here today is at Tyndale House, Selwyn Gardens in Cambridge, which is for the demolition of the existing building and the erection of a replacement library, meeting rooms and short-term accommodation with associated landscaping and car parking. So just a verbal update to members. Condition 23, which is a pre-commencement site meeting, details of AMS. There's just a slight change to that condition in which you can see the marked text has been, which is to be removed, and then the bold, which is to be added. So it's just asking to discuss details of the tree protection plan, which is the specific details for the application. Members will also note that on the amendment sheet that has been sent out, there's various amendments to the condition wording, which is shown in bold, and then deletions to various conditions as well. That was sent out to members earlier. So the site is located, so the site location plan, as you can see on the left of the screen, the site is located to the south of Selwyn Gardens, which lies off of Grange Road. Selwyn Gardens is largely residential and west of Cambridge. However, to the east of the site, at 37 Selwyn Gardens and beyond that, the rear gardens of 19 to 27 Grange Lane are student accommodation. The photograph on the right gives you an indication of the site and the context. The site contains 4 buildings: 36 Selwyn Gardens, Tyndale House. This is marked number 1 on the plan. Is a 2-storey red brick building with a steep tiled roof. The building style is of a Queen Anne revival with the asymmetry of the arts and crafts style. This forms the kind of administrative functions of Tyndale House and is to be retained. So if you can see my cursor here, that's Tyndale House and that's to remain. Linked to this, marked as number 2, is the library building and accommodation. This is 2 stories but of a light brick with a shallow roof. At ground floor there are angled wooden bays which protrude forward of the building line. This building contains the library, the study carrels, which are the desks at the ground floor, and accommodation at first floor. And it was built in 1956 and with the angled bays added in the 1970s. So it's this part that's to be demolished and replaced. To the rear of this site, the rear of this building, marked number 3, is a projecting hexagon building which is 2 stories and built of a dark brick and hung tiles, and this contains meeting rooms. This is also to be demolished and replaced. And then also on site, building number 4, which is marked, which is Tyndale Court 15B, and this is student accommodation. This is to remain. So here's an existing site photograph which just gives you an indication, shows you 36 Tyndale House, which is to remain, and then the library building, which is to be demolished and replaced. And then these kind of protruding wooden bits that I was talking to you about, which is where the desks are located and sited for the library. The surrounding context. So these photographs just show the surrounding buildings of the site, which are red brick kind of arts and crafts residential houses along Selwyn Gardens. The area is predominantly residential with large detached buildings which are set back from the road. So the site constraints. The site lies within the West Cambridge Conservation Area. Opposite the site lies numbers 1, 2 and 3 Selwyn Gardens, which are buildings of local interest. All the buildings in Selwyn Gardens are positive unlisted buildings. And then northeast of the site along Grange Road, which is a bit further away from the site, lies Newnham College, which is a Grade 2 star listed building. So Tyndale House is a charity which has operated as an international research institute from the site for the past 78 years. It serves those working in biblical scholarship or related disciplines at postgraduate level or higher level from around the world, as well as engaging with the public to help them understand the Bible. It's got a global reputation for research and excellence and houses one of the most significant library collections for biblical studies in the world, with 47,000 volumes covering all subjects associated with language, culture, and manuscripts of the Bible. Appendix 1 attached to the committee report provides a bit more detail about what Tyndale House, which members will have seen. The proposal is required due to the need for new and up-to-date facilities on the site. The existing library is cramped and there's not enough space for shelves and the study carrels, the desk. They're sited in those wooden projecting front elements and they have light, but the rest of the building is quite dark. Also, the existing building doesn't have the sufficient kind of digital infrastructure which scholars and researchers need, and also they need more space for collaborative working, which is a more kind of modern way of working since the building was built. The proposal will seek to demolish the existing library and accommodation building, which currently provides 12 rooms, and for the erection of a replacement library, meeting rooms and 10 short-term accommodation with shared kitchen and dining facilities and then landscaping and car parking. The proposal will result in an increase of 1,232 metres squared of floor, creating a total area of 2,665 metres squared. The proposal will secure 4 new off-street car parking spaces with 1 accessible space, 4 EV charging points, and retain the 32 cycle parking spaces. The scheme would achieve or would seek to achieve BREEAM Excellent rating with the use of air source heat pumps and EV panels and achieve all of the 5 Watt O1 credits for water efficiency. It is acknowledged that the proposal would cause less than substantial harm to the West Cambridge Conservation Area and the buildings of local interest. However, the harm is considered to be outweighed by the public benefits of the scheme, which is detailed in the report, which include the provision of 10 short-term accommodation spaces for students, improved library facilities and study centre. The proposal would provide high-quality design building, which is in keeping with the historic architectural features of the area and the adjacent Tyndale House. Provision of a highly sustainable development, which would seek BREEAM Excellent, be a low-carbon development with air source heat pumps, would be water and thermally efficient, with provision of car and cycle parking and EV points, and also provide tree planting and landscaping on site. So we've got here proposed front north and then the rear south elevations. It shows the proposed replacement library building here on the left, and then Tyndale House as it would remain. And then the bottom shows what the proposed library building, which will be replaced, would look like at the back, and then this is Tyndale House in the silhouette. The design is considered to be simple with a projecting gable and hipped roof. The proposed library building would be subservient in height to Tyndale House, with flat roof dormers and a substantial chimney, which would mirror Tyndale House. The rear elevation would have this large glazed elevation part, which I can show you further in later slides. So we've got the side elevations here, the west and east elevations. And then proposed ground and first floors. You can see here this glazed element, which is the curved part at the back of the proposal. And then the lower ground floor and the second floor. Proposed roof plan. And then proposed street scene here with existing Tyndale House and then the proposal for the replacement library. And I've just got a couple of CGIs here, which will show the proposed front elevation. And then CGI of the proposed rear elevation with the curved glazed element. So in terms of biodiversity, the proposal won't be able to achieve a net gain in biodiversity on site, would result in net loss of 11.27%, which equates to 0.66 area units. To receive a positive score in biodiversity, 48 trees would need to be planted in addition to the 11 small trees which are already proposed. Given the limited size of the site and the need for some amenity space, and also the trees that are being planted that are proposed, in line with the council's biodiversity SPD, where on-site options for biodiversity net gain have been exhausted, off-site shall be explored. So condition 21 is recommended to secure BNG. Material considerations. So the proposal, in terms of the principal development proposal, is considered to meet policy requirements of 1 and Chapter 5 of the local plan. The design is of a high quality and appropriate to the area. Is acknowledged the proposal will result in loss of some trees. However, tree planting is proposed and landscaping to overcome the removal of these trees. In terms of heritage, the proposal will result in less substantial harm. However, this is outweighed by the public benefits as discussed. The aim is to achieve BREEAM Excellent and seeking all 5 Watt O1 credits. In terms of highway safety and neighbour amenity, the proposal is considered not to result in any highway safety and sufficient parking levels, and there would be no harm in terms of neighbour amenity. And the officer recommendation is for approval with detailing of the key material considerations there on the left. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Hetty. Very clear, thank you. So if you want to put that thing off, yeah, okay. Hello, Hannah. Good afternoon. So you're speaking in objection to the scheme, I believe. So we've got 3 minutes to speak when you're ready.
Thank you. Our house is on the small residential lane which backs onto the site of the proposed development, and we would like to make 3 comments, please. Number 1, if you grant this permission, please include a condition that no site traffic relating either to the construction or the ongoing maintenance of the building should use the lane at the rear of the site. The gravel lane is only 10 foot wide, has no separate area for pedestrians, and is not wide enough in places even for a car and a pedestrian to pass each other. It is also completely unlit. There are families with young children living on the lane, as well as an elderly resident. Any additional parking or traffic on this lane represents a huge health and safety risk to residents who have no safe area in which to walk to escape moving and reversing vehicles. If this permission is granted, we ask that you include a condition to ensure that no traffic relating to the proposed building can use the lane at the back to avoid somebody getting badly hurt. Number 2, air source heat pumps. These were originally proposed to be sited on the northeastern edge of the site, which was our preference and also the original preference and proposal of the applicant, Tyndale House. We gather that one of the council consultees has required that these be moved to the middle of the site, where they will be much more intrusive for everyone in terms of noise as well as visual impact. This is a real shame, especially in a conservation area. We would ask that the council consider allowing these to move back to the northeasterly side of the proposed new building. Number 3 relates to landscaping. The landscaping plan shows multiple commercial rotary washing lines in the extreme southwest corner of the site. Well, I realise that washing lines is a rather mundane topic for a formal committee such as this. These commercial multiple washing lines would be literally 2 meters away from my kitchen window. As well as being visually unattractive, they will bring a steady stream of students to this corner, resulting in a significant loss of privacy for us in our own home. We would ask that this aspect of the landscaping is reconsidered, please. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thanks, Hannah. Very clear. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Okay, if you want to turn your camera off now, then welcome to listening to the debate, though. Councillors, debate. Oh, hang on. No, we've got Simon Sykes, haven't we? Is he there? Oh, you're here. Right. Sorry, Simon. I thought you were online. I was looking for your initials. Okay, so there you go. That public speaker bit there. That's it. You get 3 minutes to speak, and it's on. And half a minute before the end, the bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end. Right, when you're ready.
Just to say, we have no issue with moving the washing lines, and then I'll read through our prepared statement. Tyndale House is a charity which has operated as an international research institute from our Selwyn Gardens site for the past 78 years. It serves those working in biblical scholarship at a postgraduate or higher level from around the world, as well as engaging with the public to help them better understand the Bible as an ancient text. We offer financial support for scholars and particularly welcome scholars from parts of the world where they face marginalisation and persecution for their beliefs. Tyndale House has a global reputation for research excellence and houses one of the most significant library collections for biblical studies in the world, containing around 47,000 volumes. Our existing library building was built in 1956, 68 years ago, and is inadequate for our current needs. It's cramped with insufficient space for shelves and study carrels. It's drafty and cold in the winter and stuffy and hot in the summer. There's no space for scholars to meet to work collaboratively, and because of a lack of digital infrastructure, it's very hard for us to connect with scholars working across the world in our field. We also have no disabled access to the site at the moment. Our ambition is to create a beautiful building that fits with its surroundings and enhances the street scene, as well as being a suitable setting for our unique collection and providing quiet and productive workspace for our readers, allowing them to benefit from technological resources to support their research. We have no plans to increase the number of staff or scholars working on our Cambridge site. Tyndale House currently provides 12 bedrooms for short-term accommodation for scholars in the existing library building. We're reducing this number to 10, but will provide improved communal facilities. The planning application has benefited from extensive pre-app discussions over 2 years and a rigorous and detailed review with a conservation officer, and is now recommended for approval. We've also undertaken a consultation exercise with our neighbours with whom we have good relationships. There are no objections except for the one which raises concerns about the construction process. We've met with that neighbour on a number of occasions to explain the construction process, and we will continue to speak with her and her husband to minimise any impact upon them. The planning permission includes conditions requiring a construction, environmental management plan and a noise assessment. The lane to the rear of Tyndale House will not be used for construction, as the lane is too narrow and the access from the lane is just a narrow footpath between building and fence, so we have no intention of letting site traffic use the lane. The building will be built to the highest environmental standards. It's aiming for BREEAM excellence, including all 5 credits for water efficiency. Air source heat pumps are proposed for heating to avoid
Wrap up
overheating.
your last sentence now, yeah.
Oh, sure, sorry. I just want to say we've done everything we can to mitigate the loss of biodiversity, and we've negotiated off-site provision to address the loss of biodiversity.
All right, thanks very much. Thank you. You've got to turn your microphone off then. Thanks.
Sorry.
Yeah, welcome to stay there if you want. So debate, I'll start. So in terms of the questions from the speaker, it was only the second one, the SHP, air source heat pumps in the middle of the site, which was still a question. So perhaps go back to the officer on that in a minute with other questions. I don't know if we need a condition on no site traffic on the lane. Obviously it's been said, but it might be good to have a condition as well, maybe. I don't know. I'll see what the officer says. Similarly for the washing area, although no right to a view, of course, but in terms of the use of the area, that would be might be significant. Certainly on what's existing at the moment, the hexagon is quite cute. The protruding wooden huts, a sort of shanty building looks like. So this seems to me to be a very great improvement on what's there already. Although I'm surprised that it causes less than substantial harm. As in the text, it says that the conservation officer has no objection. So I don't quite understand that unless I've missed something. And the BNG biodiversity net gain off-site is obviously a bit of a not so good, but perhaps necessary in this case. And the CGI, the first CGI, showed a sort of bay on the right-hand side, which seems to sort of stick out rather oddly, but that may just be me thinking that. But aside from that, it looked a perfectly decent-looking building. Debate, anyone else? Councillor Carling.
Thanks. Yeah, and it was reassuring to hear about 2 of the issues that the speaker had being resolved. Would support a condition about the use of the lane at the back of the site. On the washing line issue, we may not need to do anything given what the applicant said, but we could consider an informative maybe, just saying the applicant is advised to engage with residents to, choose an appropriate location for those. I'd be interested to hear about the movement of the air source heat pumps and why they were not suitable at the previous location. And in terms of the biodiversity off-site situation, obviously that's something that this committee does get a bit upset about, understandably. So could I just perhaps have some reassurance that the off-site provision will be somewhere sort of reasonably local and won't be sort of miles away in a field in South Cambridgeshire that no one ever visits, which seems to sometimes happen. So that would be helpful. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Pora.
Thank you. Councillor Carling has picked up some of mine. I agree about the condition for construction. Again, I am concerned about the off-site BNG, biodiversity net gain. I mean, I do understand this is obviously an important site for scholarship and things, but we do normally take the view if we can't replace it on site, it suggests the building might be too big. So again, I'd really like some more information about how that's been worked out. But I do appreciate they are trying to avoid some of the trees. I'm also interested why we're always obsessing about trees. I mean, from the pictures, why couldn't we have low-level planting or hedges that would make up that BNG on site? Because I appreciate it was a CGI, but there was obviously some quite flat lawn areas. And yeah, I just wonder if we couldn't be a little more creative. I appreciate we can't have green brown roofs because of the design, and I do agree with the chair that it's an attractive design. It's certainly an improvement on the very strange little boxes sticking out the front at the moment, which don't add much to the area. I wanted to ask just about cycle parking. It does seem to be very, very far to the rear of the site, and the car parking's at the front. However, I'm not sure if there's an access point at the side, so I wonder if the officer could comment on that. And finally, I noticed we tweaked the condition to say you can stay there for 12 months, not 6 months. Again, I just wanted to check why and make sure that they are in it. That's always going to be students there. There's no possibility of those being private lets. I think that's not the intention, but again, we have queried that before. So I think if these are meant to be study rooms, we need to be sure that that is clear. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bora. Right, Councillor Thornborough.
I just think it's fantastic that this has come in for water efficiency with 5 1 credits. That's the highest design standards for water under green. But it does under the energy efficiency, there's a post-use certification on so that they test energy uses, what the design is. The problem with the water is that green doesn't require that for water, but we've looked at a condition for water in use for another previous application, and I would hope that we could add this in as a post-occupancy water in use condition that we've worked on for the other one. I wondered if we could add that in, Toby. I've got the wording here if you wanted me to read it out, or you may probably have it. Thanks.
I'll go back to the case officer, but first I'll go to Toby, as you've mentioned his name, Toby.
I do have that wording, Councillor, already. I'd hoped to talk to Vanessa over lunchtime about that wording, because I think we're almost settled on it, but not quite. But I think we officers would be amenable for that water in use condition to be applied, subject to advice from Vanessa.
Well, in that case, do you want to come back to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes on that later on? Would that be a better way of doing this, rather than trying to do it now, later on? Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes. Yeah, do that. Okay. So back to you then, Katie, on those questions, please.
Thank you. I'm just going to share my presentation again, just to bring up the plans. So that's just coming up now. So in terms of the air source heat pumps, I'll just wait for the plan to load. The air source heat pumps have been relocated. Let me just get. So originally, when the application was submitted, let me just get my. The air source heat pumps were sited on this elevation here, which raised concern from the Environmental Health Officer in regards to neighbours on this side of the boundary. So the air source heat pumps have been relocated in this between Tyndale House and the new building sited within this central area. The Environmental Health Officer is happy with the siting of these the location of the air source heat pumps away from any neighbours. And with siting from about 40 metres from this boundary, so we consider it that to be acceptable in terms of the location of the air source heat pumps and any impact. In terms of biodiversity net gain, a condition has been recommended in regards to condition 21, in which it's the standard wording for the condition requiring focusing BNG on site. However, we are aware that can't be delivered on site, so the second option of site will be proposed. That will be covered under that condition and considered at that point. All construction vehicles will be accessing the site along Selwyn Gardens, along the road at the front here, rather than at the back, given the constraints and the fact that it's a private lane. there are conditions 13 and 14 regarding the transport management plan, requiring details of that. Cycle parking is to be cited here. The cycle parking numbers aren't increasing or decreasing. The cycle parking is remaining. It was cited at the back here. Currently, there is a gate and there is access to get to the cycle parking, sufficient space here, and then users can then come in at the back there. There's considered to be sufficient access here for people to come and park their bikes, and then being that there isn't considered to be sufficient space here to site it, so the back is considered to be acceptable there for the cycle parking. And then the condition in terms of use, so to allow for the condition has been changed, and that was following a discussion with the applicant, because we had originally put for the individual period of no longer than 6 months. However, the applicant changed this so that it would sufficiently be allow for the use of scholars and for researchers, because it wasn't considered that was going to be appropriate for their use. Hopefully that's answered all the questions.
I think I asked about the less than substantial harm.
Yes, yeah. So conservation officer was happy with that. Raised no objections in terms of that. I think, I'm not quite sure in terms of that, but I think in terms of the design and the public benefits being acceptable. Hopefully that answers your question.
Well, it's a quandary, but anyway, you've not got conservation there to speak, clearly. I can't see the initials. No, okay. You best have to make do then. All right. Councillors, I've got a couple more things. Councillor Porra first.
Thank you. I think I would support adding something explicitly referencing the lane in those conditions 13 and 14, if others would support that, because I think just to be mindful that when these are discharged, which could be a while down, the officer, if it's not the same case, officer knows that that was our priority, that they aren't going down the lane. The cycle parking is interesting. I take the point that there is access to the rear, so you can actually still get in at the back of the building. It's just a bit disappointing we've got more car parking spaces and no cycle at the front. And again, for the biodiversity net gain, I think several of us asked where it's going to be off-site. I suspect it probably will with the South Cambs one, because I'm guessing that's where the only scheme we've got running at the moment. But my question was about why it's only trees. They said you'd have to put 48 trees on the site. Well, why can't we put some hedging? And I wonder if Katie or Toby might advise whether we could at least strengthen that condition to make clear that we want as much as possible on site, and even if it's not trees. Because, it did seem to be quite bland grass behind it, and I think there probably would be ways of enhancing that might reduce the need for off-siting. So I'd be grateful for officers' views on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Levine.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to get my head around this this neighbour who's objecting because of these rotating clothes dryers. Can you just point out on the diagram where they were going to be and where they are proposed to be, the northwest or something, I think I heard. It'd just be really helpful if you could point out where they...
Good point. Let's do that then, please.
To be. Thanks.
Can you do that now, Katie, please, so we can see?
Yeah, so just to confirm for the clothing lines, the washing lines, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, just bear with me while I bring up my presentation.
So just while Katie's doing that, just to be clear, I mean, a resident doesn't have a right to a view, or lack of view, but the resident does have the right to talk about disturbance and all of that, etc., which could be a result of clothes drying people.
So the clothes line marked on the site location plan, again, sorry, I haven't got my pointer here, just in this corner.
Okay, councillor Levine, do you want to ask?
Yeah, so that's where they're proposed to go now, and presumably the neighbour's kitchen window, was just below that, I suppose.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, okay. Yeah, okay, more hands up. So, hang on, let's make a note. Councillor Thornborough, councillor Bennett. Toby wants to come back first. You speak.
Just to help Councillor Poorer on the biodiversity question specifically, the way that the condition is set out in terms of the first criteria is that it encourages them to maximise on-site first, then look to off-site. So I think we'll look to do that through the landscaping conditions attached. The likelihood is they're not going to be able to kind of meet all of the requirements, and it's a peculiar thing that arises out of the way that the metric allows you to derive value for kind of garden land, as I understand it. But we'll take those comments on board and make sure that we try and see through that condition and its wording the proper hierarchy with as much on-site first as possible.
Right, thanks for that, Toby. Can I just say a couple of things, just sort of similar things? So on the biodiversity net gain, first of all, is our policy actually active on that at the moment? You say required, but do we have a policy on it? Because I thought that was delayed. And secondly, on some things, like for example, viability, we can have an independent viability assessment, which we do on occasion. So could it not be, or is it not the case that biodiversity net gain could be independently assessed by us if an applicant is saying they can't do it? Everyone's saying we can't do it, but who are we to know? I mean, I'm not an expert in landscaping and such like, and as it's been said, you know, various things could be done to increase the biodiversity net gain. And the second of two things I just wanted to say was on bikes. It was said, I think, by the officer that there wasn't space at the front, but it looks to me like there's loads of space at the front to put the bikes, and we normally in this committee like to see the bikes in a position where people will use bikes, i.e. at the front of a building where the front door is. So I'm a bit concerned about that as well. Toby, I think you wanted to say something.
Yes, so statutorily in terms of where we are with BNG, and I think members are going to have a further briefing session with our BNE team on where BNG is at the moment. For any major scheme that would be lodged now, there would be a mandatory provision of 10% that would be required to be provided. This scheme doesn't fall into that category because it came in prior to the legislation kicking into effect. With minor schemes, the mandatory provision comes in at the beginning of April for any new applications that are lodged. Any existing applications wouldn't be subject to the mandatory provision. So what they are subject to are some form of net gain as the NPPF sets out. So that's why officers have been seeking net gain without a specific percentage attached to it in the conditions. Moving forward, what you'll see is actually the legislation kind of requires all of these new applications that are coming in to have biodiversity plans associated with them at the point of validation, so the local authority can understand what the baseline is, and they would all have conditions which are implemented directly through legislation to require that 10%, and those conditions, as I understand it, would not be subject to viability testing, or it might be a point that the government is reflecting on. In terms of the actual BNG metric and the calculations, all of our ecology officers are trained to interpret the calculations that are provided by the applicants that are submitting biodiversity information to us. So they are they're kind of verified by officers, and the advice that planning officers get kind of will either say, yes, we agree with the baseline metric and whether there's a deficit or a benefit arising on the site, or they don't. So all that training has kind of taken place. So Dan Weaver and Guy Belcher are fully up to speed on the use of the actual metric that changes kind of quite regularly. It changes yearly at the moment.
All right, thanks, Toby. We'll go back to the officer in a minute with some more questions. I think so. Councillor Bennett.
Hi, I've just got a very quick question about trees. I'm looking at page 110 and paragraphs 8.24 and 8.18, and my reading of this is that we've got a net loss of 9 trees. Is there another loss that brings us up to the need for 48 trees for replacements? And if so, what is it? And also, are those numbers right? Because I'm really struggling to equate 9 and 48.
Okay, let's go back to the officer now and get that clarified, and any other points that are remaining to be answered, please, Katie.
Yes, so the proposal will result in the loss of 12 trees on site to facilitate the development. 11 trees are proposed to be planted. In terms of the figures that you've got in relation to 48, that's in regards to the biodiversity net gain. So the assessment detailed that to receive a positive score in biodiversity, 48 small trees would need to be planted in addition to the 11 small trees already proposed as part of the landscaping. But because of the size of the site and the need for some amenity space for scholars, that level of tree planting to achieve a biodiversity net gain is just considered to be so high that wouldn't be feasible to do that on site without having an impact on the proposed trees, those 11 proposed trees, and also kind of the amenity space and light for landscaping.
Yeah, okay, and just while you're there then, Katie, planks at the front, space 4?
Yeah, so at the front of the site, there's proposed to be a brick wall with a little bit of landscaping and then the actual building itself. The kind of scholars visiting the site would be mainly staying on site. The existing bike provision is at the back, so they're proposing to keep that at the back. There hasn't been any suggestion for any bike parking at the front. That would be something that we'd obviously need to consider if it would be feasible to do that at the front.
Okay, thanks, Katie. I mean, we could do an informative, I suppose, to suggest to the applicant they might consider additionally having bike parking sort of one or other side or both sides of the pathway to the front door. More questions? I think Councillor Thornborough.
I just wanted to back up what Toby was saying. I've raised the issue about the new biodiversity net
Closer
gain
to the microphone, please,
metric,
Councillor.
and it's quite complicated. So we're going to have a briefing here, so that not only can we listen to what the officers say, that they'll be able to listen to our concerns about getting this right. Thank you.
Yeah, very good. So, I mean, the bottom line on all of that, I think, is there isn't much of a discussion to be had on biodiversity for this item, I don't think, until we get that in place. Well, I would say, I think, that the applicant could go and look at the hedges. So I think the things that have been said about hedges and all of that, I agree completely with that. It doesn't have to be trees. And there are hedges on Arbury Road in King's Hedges Ward, which have been planted next to the cycleway, which are working very well. There are also more recently hedges, wildflowers and trees, small trees, fruit trees that have been planted on Nunsway Recreation Ground in King's Hedges by residents in a sort of decorative sort of wiggly-woggly sort of arrangement, which is very nice and quite a big layout actually. That sort of thing is possible. I understand that the applicant is fully within their rights to put forward the sort of landscaping arrangements that they prefer, but other things are possible. So, you know, consider. Yeah. Any more? Councillor Port.
Thanks, Chair. Well, just to back up what you were saying about cycle parking, this is a new building, demolish and rebuild. The cycle parking has to be at the front, in front of the cars. So obviously I understand if it was an extension, yeah, I mean, you'd probably leave it where it was. But from the plans, there's at least 2 metres clear between the front of the house and that brick wall, because you can see the car parking spaces must be actually probably 4 metres, I think. I don't know if we can, I would really like to condition that we have to have at least some cycle parking at the front, because, there is going to be a wall. So looking at the CGI, I think it wouldn't be visually intrusive to have a small covered cycle parking there, because the wall is already kind of the height that the cycle parking box would be at. But yeah, I'm not sure why it's come forward with the cycle parking at the rear, because our policy is it has to be at the front. And at least, at the moment, as we're saying, if the scholars aren't even using the cars, so these are basically visitor parking spaces for cars. So I'll leave it to Katie and Toby to work out how we can do this, but I think we should have some cycle parking. I accept probably not all 32, but I think, this is meant to be a sustainable site, and it is our local plan, and this is a new build, basically, isn't it? 'Cause it's a demolition and rebuild.
Right, okay, I could see heads nodding on all of that. So back to you first, Katie, I think. Any response to that?
Yeah, I'd also kind of defer to Toby, but I think potentially we could have a condition in terms of some provision of cycle parking at the front. Toby, I don't know if you've got any further comment on that.
So before Toby speaks, he'll say what he wants to say, but I am hesitant in terms of a condition rather than informative, because CGIs can be a bit of a blunt instrument. The applicant might have certain plans for the landscaping in the front area, which will muck that up if we plonk in some cycle parking just because we want it. And I know our policy says it, but So Toby, you speak.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I have talked to Katie about this on a few occasions, and I think the practice at the site, and I have visited the site, is that most scholars will enter kind of either side, come down, park the bike, and kind of go in. And actually the arrangement that you've got at the moment is quite an attractive arrangement with secure cycle parking in a landscaped court, and you'll be able to kind of get into the most attractive bit of the library up the steps into that kind of sunlit atrium. I would say there's certainly space out the front for some cycle parking. I'd be a bit worried if we specified if it was covered, because that might actually start to intrude on the look and the feel of the street and that building in particular. But there's you can get some cycle parking there. I'm sure some limited cycle parking, particularly for visitors if they're arriving, that wouldn't be too obtrusive.
I can see the applicant nodding. I mean, why don't we just leave it as an informative and leave it up to them? Is that good enough, Councillor Thorpe-Pora, or not?
I'm torn, because obviously I think this is a really positive development. I'm not trying to stop it at all. I just, particularly for visitors, I take Toby's point. If scholars normally come along the back lane and park there, that makes sense. But I would really like to have some reassurance, even if it's to us to leave to officers to discuss with the applicant afterwards. Perhaps.
Okay, all right. I've just spoken to Toby. Sorry to interrupt you, Councillor. Just to say, let's do a condition then. I think if everyone agrees, and the applicant can always come back and try to change that, should they so wish. But it looks like everyone's happy with that, and it's basically visitor parking, I guess, for bicycles at the front. So that would be good to have a bit more. No more hands up. So in that case, we'll go to the recommendation, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 119 and 120 of the officer report. That is to approve subject to the conditions as set out, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted, delegated to officers. It's also subject to the amendment sheet conditions set out on that sheet, and the amendment of condition 23 that was put on the presentation by the officer in relation to the arboricultural method statement in relation to trees. It's subject to an informative in relation to the relocation of the washing line, an amendment to condition 14 to include the revision to the traffic management plan to prohibit the use of the lane to the rear, an additional condition in relation to water monitoring the final wording of that condition to be agreed through Chair, Vice Chair and spokes, and a condition in relation to some visitor bicycle parking at the front of the property.
Right, thanks, Toby. So recommendation is to approve. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Unanimous, Chair.
Right, thank you. Thanks to the speakers and thanks to officers. So should we go straight on to the next item? Is that okay? 2 minutes? Yeah, okay. So come back at 20 past then, please. Okay, welcome back after a short break. Planning Committee. Next item is item 7, 163 to 167 Mill Road. Lawrence is the officer on this, and we've got speakers. Caroline, Charlotte. Is Charlotte here? Not quite yet. In a minute. Charlotte isn't online or here, I don't think so. It's just the one public speaker, Caroline, I think, against. Simon, sorry? Yeah. And Simon, the applicant's representative, speaking in favour of the scheme, and then we've got councillor after that. So, Lawrence, if you've got to present the item then, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Lawrence Moore. In the absence of the case officer, I shall be presenting application reference 23/03068/FUL, which pertains to the refurbishment of the building, including internal slab openings with steel framing, roof replacement, new plant, substation, external alterations, and temporary removal of shopfront to facilitate MRI installation, first phase, at 163 to 167 Mill Road, Cambridge. To clarify recent amendments and updates, since the previous committee assessment, an updated noise impact assessment and non-technical summary has been provided, and an operational statement clarifying the extent of use of the business on site. Furthermore, since the application has been deferred, an additional 2 conditions have been recommended by the Council's environmental health officers. The additional conditions include a replacement condition 7 with regards to plant noise compliance to take into account the new non-technical summary. An additional condition 12 with regards to plant noise, which refers to post-completion testing. And an additional condition 13, which refers to hours of use. To provide further clarification, councillors are reminded that there is no change of use proposed as part of this application. The amendments to the Town and Country Planning Regulations 2020 means there is a greater ability for applicants to alter the use of an existing building to within the same use class without planning permission. As shown on screen, both the existing use of a shop and the consented use of medical services both fall within Class E, and so planning permission is not required for this change. This application seeks the refurbishment of the building, including internal slab openings with steel framing, roof replacement, new plant, substation, external alterations, and temporary removal of shopfront only, and should be assessed as such. The site constraint map are shown on screen, identifies the location of the site within the Mill Road Conservation Area and Mill Road Opportunity Area, and shows the proximity of buildings of local interest in orange and TPOs, which are not considered to be affected by the development proposed. The aerial view of the existing site shown on screen and an existing 3D aerial view of the rear is now shown on screen. The site history evidences the approval of a prior approval application for the change of use to residential. However, this consent was never implemented and thus the use remains as existing, which was a shop. On screen are the existing ground floor and site plans to the left and the proposed plans on the right. The roof plans shown on screen identify the level of plant to be installed, and the elevations shown on screen evidence the extent of the visual impacts of proposals. The proposed sections shown on screen show the extent of the proposals in more depth and identify there will be limited to no visibility of the changes proposed when viewed from street level along Mill Road. The alteration shall be visible from the rear. However, this area of the site serves a functional use and holds little architectural merit, and therefore the proposed changes would be considered consistent with the prevailing character of this area of the site and thus are acceptable. The Conservation Officer shares this view. Some additional street scene views for you of the existing shopfront. And to the rear. There have been several representations and objection received from local stakeholders and a petition received regarding the proposed use of the building. Again, councillors are reminded that there is no change of use proposed. This application seeks the refurbishment of the building, including internal slab openings with steel framing, roof replacement, new plant, substation, external alterations, and temporary removal of shopfront only, and again, should be assessed as such. There are no objections from consultees. And for these reasons, the case officer has recommended the application be approved, subject to the conditions outlined within the officers' committee report and additional conditions highlighted within the beginning of this presentation and the amendment sheet. Again, officers have recommended that this application be approved. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Lawrence. So first up is Caroline. Do you want to come and the public speaker thing at the back, Caroline? There you go. And you've got 6 minutes to speak. As I say, the other speaker, Charlotte, doesn't seem to be here, so you've got it all. So when the bell will go half a minute before the end to let you know you're coming to the end.
Okay, thank you. My name is Carolyn Yates, and I've lived at 1 Cedric Street for 25 years now. My neighbors and I are very concerned with this application. In fact, 172 local residents signed a petition objecting to this application. On the planning website, there are 65 objections stating concerns that this development is not appropriate for this site. And as you all know, the Cambridge plan states that healthcare facilities should be in an area they expect to serve. This private facility does not serve Romsey, but Greater Cambridgeshire. The biomedical campus is where regional facilities should be according to the Cambridge plan. The applicant states that up to 8 times per hour, patients will be dropped off or picked up on Mill Road, exacerbating traffic problems on one of the most dangerous roads in the county. Noise is one of the biggest issues. Last time we pointed out that the baseline noise survey of the applicant's noise impact assessment was flawed and incomplete, and we cited several examples as to why. Since the background sound level is critical to this application, we ask for an accurate baseline noise survey, please. The applicant's own noise impact assessment non-technical summary admits that they are not likely to meet the council's noise limits, and instead they propose to meet a higher noise limit. They're admitting that this area is too quiet for them to meet the council's limit and would like you to accept a higher noise limit according to the industrial standards BS 4142. However, this is a dense residential area. 25 homes are within the noise-sensitive area of this application. Also, please note that BS 4142 requires that sound limits should be met at the boundary of the development, which the applicant also does not meet according to their own noise impact assessment, so clearly they are too noisy for this site. On behalf of the local residents, I ask that you please do not accept this higher industrial noise limit. The noise impact assessment does not account for BS 4142's requirement for facade correction either. Namely, the plant noise will bounce off their wall and increase the noise towards residents. Their noise model states it's a flat model, so this increased noise has not been taken into account. One point that has not been addressed also so far is the relentless nature of this increased noise. For 25 homes, this development will have a significant impact, especially at night, early mornings, and weekends when it is most quiet. The increased noise will be every morning, every day, every night for years to come. In addition, in the application's noise impact assessment, they state that chilling units can be tonal. Environmental noise with tonal characteristics can lead to noise annoyance, and prolonged exposure can lead to negative health effects. I'd like to stress that there are physical limitations to noise reduction and tonal correction for plants and chiller plants in particular. The applicant already admits that they're not likely to meet the council's noise limits. So we respectfully ask that you please do not allow the development to proceed as it is. Thank you for letting me speak.
Yeah, thanks so much, Caroline. That's all very useful. Thank you. Now, we've got another public speaker, Simon Wood, the applicant's representative, who I believe has sent in a written statement. I think Chris is just locating that now. And then I'll ask Chris to read that out if you can find it. How long is it, Chris?
Appears to be a page and a half.
Okay, that should be fine then. So when you're ready then, Chris, put the clock on.
Clock on myself. Okay.
Right, thanks.
Thank you to the committee for further consideration of this application. To reiterate, the use of the site for the MRI clinic does not require planning permission, falling into use class E. The site is in a sustainable location with good transport infrastructure, providing a potentially excellent service to the needs of the local population. The proposal is for refurbishment, which will sustainably and effectively make use of an existing building, delivering improvements to the energy efficiency and carbon performance of the building. It is approximately 300 square meters on ground and first floors in total, providing the perfect size of a distinct clinic of this nature, including the scanner and the supporting consultation spaces. Member comments at the Planning Committee on the 10th of January focused on noise and the operation of the MRI clinic. In response to this, we have provided an operational statement, also detailing staff and patient numbers. The clinic will operate privately, but similar to doctors' surgeries, work with other providers and especially the NHS to provide outpatient services. MRI scanning is one of the most sought-after early diagnosis requirements, and a major shortage in this area forms part of the chronic NHS waiting list issue. In addition, patients will be able to arrange scans directly with the clinic, avoiding the significant waiting list management issues, and then take scan results directly to consultants and specialists for treatments. It is located within 2 miles of Addenbrooke's and will therefore be a preferred location for the hospital to refer patients. Details of operational hours, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., have also been provided, and we are happy to accept a condition on this. We have also provided a noise impact assessment non-technical summary, which concisely summarizes the noise assessment work undertaken to date, prepared by the acousticians. We have specifically taken into account all the issues which have been raised by neighbors during the consultation process, as well as those raised by members. We have focused on the concerns on the running of the MRI, the installation of a substation, roof plant, and the chiller needed to cool the scanner, both in operation and when not in use. We have commissioned 2 sets of sound assessment surveys with the acousticians in order to assess base ambient noise levels. We have superimposed the proposed plant using the manufacturer's noise data into the ambient noise environment and have mitigated each item of equipment both with factory-made acoustic jackets and bespoke enclosures to surround these items. The resulting sound signatures have been tested at the site boundaries and all comply with regulations and are acceptable in a residential location. These are satisfactory outcomes in the view of the environmental health officer, again confirmed by the latest comments of support. The officer has also provided the wording for the condition for post-completion prior to use testing of plant, which satisfies the request made by members at the January Planning Committee. That's 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. I mean, you did have 6 minutes, but that's
Oh, that's
it.
right. I'll continue then.
Yeah.
My apologies, I can continue. It is worth noting that the site was formerly a Tesco's, trading until 11 p.m. each night. Deliveries would arrive from 6 a.m. Plant was 25 years old, with noisy chillers and air handling units creating significant disturbance. The proposed clinic will put the building into a sustainable use, has officer support, and will be operated under the regulations of the Care Quality Commission and is approved by the Addenbrooke's safety officer. We therefore hope you will support this application. End of statement.
Right, thanks, Chris. So firstly, just a small thing, but I've realised a member of my family lives roughly diagonally opposite one of the streets, but my discretion is unfettered. I'll carry on speaking, there's nobody else around up. So the speaker has said, what have I missed? Oh, right, sorry, Councillor, I apologise. Councillor Bajan, how could I miss you? Yeah, your turn.
Chair, I recognise my insignificance and I humbly speak. And I'm leaving the chair there, so I think that in case you don't recognise that I've left there, because I'm wearing the same clothes, I think it necessary for me to change hats so that you know that I'm not any longer a member of this planning committee, but here as a councillor for Redlands. And now I've got all my arms tied up, so that destroys the impact somewhat. But there we go. So now you know. Okay, that's why I'm here. Last time I came to this committee, I suggested that in a conservation area, it wasn't possible to accept that there was a change of use without planning. I was wrong. The officers have advised me I was wrong. There's been legal clarification given, so I apologise for that. Cambridge is a world-leading independent city. We have the town and the gown, and Romsey represents very much both of those sets of people in this city. In a world where we are encouraged by Gove, who is our ultimate political leader in this regard, with planning, that we should protect the characteristics of our towns, cities and high streets. Mill Road is every bit an iconic high street, and it needs protecting, and it is for this planning committee to consider if it is protecting it to allow this scanner unit to come to Mill Road. Much of what I say and argue, and there's not going to be too much of it, you'll be pleased to hear, is about how Mill Road is in a conservation area. It's an area that needs to be conserved and looked after. It is a characteristic of our city. It is world famous. People all over the world have heard of Mill Road and eaten and shopped on Mill Road. Policy 6 of Cambridge's local plan suggests that applications should contribute to the viability and vitality of the area. What does this development contribute? Nothing. Nothing at all. This turns a shop into a warehouse for a scanner unit. It could have gone anywhere. It would have been better placed at a park and ride. It would have been better placed on the edge of the hospital. Local people have objected, and local people count. That's why I, as a councillor, can come here and speak with unlimited time, not that I'm going to take advantage of. Local councillors sit on the planning committee. They have discretion. They have the ability to interpret what policy says. They're not tied in the same way as officers are. So let me go through the material reasons that I think should be considered. Firstly, design and visual impact. Currently, it looks like a Tesco store, which is a retail unit on a retail road full of shops and cafes. The proposal, I think it's a bit ambiguous, I'm not quite sure. I hope somebody will ask what the frontage is actually going to look like. Is it going to be brick? Will we be able to see in it like we can with a shop? Will we be able to see the scanner and the people going into it and all the vitality that goes around that? I doubt that very much. I hope it won't be a blank wall. Noise, smell and pollution, another material consideration. Well, will the neighbours be disturbed by the noise? Yes, they will. There's no question about that. How certain can anybody be that on a minute-by-minute basis that this facility will not exceed the noise limits? You can't. And yet people will be disturbed. People will be disturbed in their sleep. People will be disturbed in their homes. Are you convinced that mitigation will avoid these noise levels? That's your choice. Not for me to say, but I'm just drawing your attention. Access and traffic, another material consideration. Most of Mill Road use is by foot. People arrive by foot. They shop by foot. They come by bike. They don't drive by cars. People using this facility will be arriving by car. So it will be increasing traffic. Health and safety. Well, it's a healthcare facility, so clearly it's healthy. But is it safe? Is the scanner going to cause so much upset to local people that it will be a health consideration? Will it make people upset? Will it cause mental health damage? Does it add to the ecology and landscape of this area? Well, I don't see any trees. I don't see a green roof. This morning we looked at an application that had a green roof on the flat roof, not on this. Economic impact. Just in itself, it's taken away a retail food store that will no longer ever be used as a food or a shop. It's going to have a scanner in it. Will its impact encourage more private medical facilities on Mill Road? I think so. Will it lead to further shop closures? Potentially. Mill Road needs the dynamic of the shopping area for people to come to it to actually use Mill Road. So it has an economic impact which is negative for the area. So, will this application contribute to the vitality and viability of the area as the local plan says it should? Well, members, it's your decision now. But can I just remind you, does the visual impact offend? Could the noise pollute? Will it bring traffic? Does it add to the ecology? What's the economic impact? You have the discretion. Members, I ask you to use it. Thank you very much.
Right, thanks, Councillor. The other objector, Charlotte, is it? Yeah, has arrived late. There's a couple of minutes of time for objection still to use. So would you like to come and speak now, Charlotte? Get your chance, because we want to hear all the evidence. So if you come to this public speaker thing there, look where the microphone is. And no, just behind you, behind that one there. That's it, yeah. Okay, good. So you've got 2 and a bit minutes to speak, because the first one used the first amount, because we thought you weren't here. And when you're ready.
Yes, Mill Road is primarily a residential street interspersed with shopping parades. It is not an arterial road and never has been. Like all high streets, recent shifts to online buying have impacted its economics and economic viability. But despite this, a nascent cafe culture is developing. Increased traffic created by non-locals visiting this facility will stifle that growth for the benefit of residents and also from traders who rely upon good footfall from people living nearby. I request you to reject this.
Thank you very much. Good you were able to speak. If you want to just, turn your microphone off, yep. No worries. So we've got the Environmental Health Officer here until about 3 o'clock, Lawrence and members. So what should we, I was thinking we could go straight to the Environmental Health Officer for that person's, spiel about noise, basically. And then we can come back to you for questions if there's time and that person can still stay. Okay, so let's do that then, if that's all right with you, Lawrence? Yep, okay. So Ben, isn't it? Ben, do you want to tell us about the noise issues, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It was actually one of my colleagues' applications and I've been asked to fill in his absence. I've reviewed his response and he has assessed the original noise assessment and the non-technical summary. I just wanted to clear up one of the points that was raised by one of the objectors in terms of it not achieving, the noise not achieving our requirements. I think there is a slight typo in the non-technical summary in the sense that it doesn't reference our requirements on some of the larger sites where there isn't residential in close proximity. We do request that the background sound level is not exceeded at the boundary. Whereas in these tight sites where residential gardens are in close proximity, and in accordance with BS 442, we would ask for the assessment location to be within the amenity space and at the residential facade, which the noise assessment clearly shows that that is achieved, which is why the officer did not object. So the condition has been recommended based on the array of mitigation measures which have been recommended by the acoustician and the applicant. A condition has also been recommended that requests post-compliance testing to ensure that the mitigation that's installed and the plant that is installed achieves the rating noise levels that have been stated in the original report. And the aim here is to ensure that a significant or a adverse significant impact is not achieved from the noise impact. And in BS 442, that is stated as a +5 or a +10. And the recommendations within the report are that the background sound level is not exceeded or it is actually matched in some circumstances. But in those events, BS 442 states that it's an indication that there will not be an adverse impact.
Are you done, Ben?
Yeah, unless there's any other questions in terms of...
Yeah, so you're here till 3 o'clock, is that right?
Probably quarter past 3. I can.
Oh,
stretch
fantastic. Okay, that'll be a bit of leeway then. So, councillors, let's not go into full debate. Let's just focus on noise and any other environmental health issues you might have at the moment. We'll question Ben through you, Lawrence, if that's okay. And yes, I want to go to you first, but I presume Ben's the main port of call on that. So, Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm taking the view that if I lived next to this, would I be happy approving it? And I understand the environmental health officers are saying it's okay. I welcome the post-completion condition. I think that's really important. So my questions are, firstly, there was a chiller there before with Tesco's. Is this going to be louder or quieter? Because I think that's quite important, actually. How robust is the post-completion condition? So if we run the post-completion test and it fails, presumably they can't open. And I think my third question for the environmental health officer is, if at a later point it then exceeds, you know, because conditions deteriorate, machinery doesn't always work, what enforcement actions can the residents rely on? Because I think that was a question I raised last time. And the final question, which is probably sounds a bit stupid, but can you just tell me how loud this chiller is going to be? Is it going to be like a hairdryer? Is it going to be like an electric car going by? I do understand there's lots of different environmental things. And I did talk to the planning officer about whether we could have some kind of site visit like we did for JDCC, where we went and actually listened to an equivalent thing. Because for me, with my councillor sort of person on the omnibus or whatever they call it, you know, I just want to get my head around how loud this will be. Because if I was happy living next to it, then I could approve it, but I need to be satisfied that I would be. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. No question is stupid. Thank you for that. Councillor Dryden.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Bayju mentioned health and safety. I worked in the MRS at Edinburgh many years ago, and about the plant there. Now, what's in the worst scenario, if something went drastically wrong, what could actually happen? What for the health and safety of the residents living around that building? That's one question. The other one is I notice highways have no objections, but I wondered if Mill Road Bridge did close, if it ever closed, what would the traffic problems be then? Because this clinic, people will be travelling a lot far out of Cambridge, all out to get in. So there could be traffic problems, which I was surprised the highways didn't make no comment on.
Yeah, good questions. Thank you. Any more? Councillor Levine.
Yep, thank you. I would, by the way, I was fed through one of these machines quite recently, and they are fantastic medically, but that's by the by. Presumably this plant is to keep the scanner cold. I think they have to be maintained at a very low temperature. So is this plant pumps or whatever it is it running at night at the same kind of volume as during the day, or is it very much quieter? I'd just like to know what the answer is to that. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Thornborough?
Just if the additional conditions that have been brought in, does the officer consider that they are enforceable? So if there are breaches regarding noise or vibration or light pollution from equipment on the roof, are they enforceable? Thank you.
Yep, Councillor Carlin?
Thanks. In relation to the actual MRI machine itself, obviously there's insulation and such like, but how are we completely confident that that could not be heard from outside the premises? And is that noise consistent as well, or does it sort of increase when the actual machine is being used? How is it that could create different levels of noise that would potentially be particularly noticeable? So I'd be keen to hear about that.
Thank you. Okay. So Lawrence, I think if it's okay with you, I'll go straight back to the Environmental Health Officer, Ben. So I don't know if you catch all those questions, Ben, but if you could answer them, I can always remind you if need be.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think I got most of them. In terms of the first question with regards, is it louder or quieter than Tesco's chillers? I don't honestly know the answer to that, as I'm not entirely sure what the chillers are on the Tesco unit. The chances are Tesco's would have had a lot of condenser units for their for refrigeration, which could have potentially been under higher loading than these type of equipment because of the amount of customers coming and going, opening and closing fridges. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I could only guess. Post-completion condition, we would request that it was undertaken by a competent acoustician, and if it determined that the rating levels were higher than those proposed within the report which has been conditioned, then with consultation with planning and planning enforcement, we would ensure that they undertook further mitigation to reduce those levels prior to use of that plant. That would be an enforcement question for planning rather than us, but we would certainly assist from a technical point of view. How loud is the plant? Well, the purpose of BS4142 in trying to get the rating level as close to the background sound level as possible is so there is not an adverse impact. Now, that doesn't ensure inaudibility. However, if it's a very quiet background level around that area, as the report suggests, which is 30 decibels at night, through an open window, there would be an additional 15 decibel reduction. So you could assume that there would be it would be 15 to 20 decibels within the bedroom itself, which is significantly low and not something that would be intrusive. Very unlikely to be heard at that level. For plant to match a background sound level of 30 decibels, which is specified in the standards as a very low background sound level, shows that there's significant mitigation being put in place by the applicant to achieve that. In terms of health and safety, that's outside of our remit. I wouldn't know the answers to that question. There was a question about different types of plant. One of the plans on the planning application shows the different types of plant. You've got the ground floor in the parking area, there's the external chillers for the MRI unit itself. They're going to be in a fully enclosed compound. There's the substation as well in that ground floor car park. And then on the roof, you've got further air handling unit, which would serve the building itself in terms of air conditioning to keep the actual different rooms cool rather than the actual equipment itself, which I believe is the MRI chiller. At night, there certainly would be reduced loading. That was another question on the plant, as it would act as the air conditioning units when they're in full operational mode, which was assessed in the report as a worst case scenario during the summer months when they're operating during warmer temperatures. But at night they would drop to a reduced loading, so the noise level would reduce. There was also a question about the actual noise from the MRI unit itself. I don't believe that was actually assessed, as far as I'm aware, in the noise report. I can have a quick scan to see. But if it's fully enclosed within a brick-built building, which is the existing building, that would provide somewhere between a 50 and 60 decibel reduction through brick-built, and I would suggest, if it hasn't been assessed, I would suggest that is sufficient insulation to ensure that the actual MRI unit itself within the building wouldn't be heard, and that would also go through internal partitions as well, I assume. But I don't fully know the answer to that because I didn't review the assessment myself initially, and I'm not entirely sure if the MRI unit was assessed. The planning officer or the applicant speaker may be aware of that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. So, any more follow-up questions while the environmental health officer is still here? Yeah, okay. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. My question is about, I think, a repeat of Councillor Thornborough's question, which I don't think got answered, which is what can we do if there is a noise problem? Can we close them down? My understanding of this, if it is a commercial operation, all we can do is ask for mitigation. And if maximum mitigation is achieved, we have no further action. But I'd like the environmental health officer to say whether that's actually correct.
Yep, okay, well, I'll go through Lawrence on that one as well, so enforceability. So, Councillor Thornborough.
There's a new high voltage substation in the rear of the back garden. And I assume that's because there is not existing grid loading on the site to deal with this MRI scanner, which must use a lot of power. So has the noise of that substations been assessed? Because I know that, well, there's quite a lot that they just hum, and that is a noise issue that needs to be dealt with in the same way. And so first, has that been assessed for noise and vibration? And is there not adequate power to the site? Is that why a new substation is being included? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Right. So just to be clear, Councillor Bajan has asked to speak again, but the sort of speaking part for speakers is finished now, so it's just councillor debate in members of this committee. So, Lawrence, can I give those two questions to you if you want to answer them, or part answer them and give them to the environmental health officer as well if need be, please?
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the enforceability of the conditions, we have the condition 7 amended for the plant noise compliance, and we also have the post-completion testing. So those together will mean that upon installation, the development will be compliant with the noise impact assessment provided, which would mean that there would be no noise impact. Now, with regards to the ongoing maintenance, as raised by Councillors Pora, Bennett and Thornborough, both conditions state that the plant and equipment mitigation as approved shall be maintained and retained after. My interpretation of those conditions is that if the machines plant on site were to breach the noise levels as approved, that we would have the right to enforce. Now that would be, as Councillor Bennett raised, a mitigation measure, but it would be within our right to bring it back to acceptable levels. That is my interpretation, and if legal has any other opinions on that, I'd be welcome to hear them. But from my interpretation of them is that we do have the compliance capabilities to ensure that if these levels are exceeded in the future, that we do have mechanisms to bring them back into place. And again, that is an ongoing maintenance thing. It says that they shall be maintained and retained thereafter. So in my view, those conditions are enforceable. With regards to the substation, I will have to dig through the reports. Again, this is not my case, but I'll have a quick look through the reports, just to note that If there were concerns over the substation, again, you could have a condition with regards to the pre-commencement condition for noise abatement of that element of the site, in line with the previous noise compliance conditions for the plant. But I shall defer to the Environmental Health Officer for further information on the substation whilst I look through the reports, if that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Lawrence. Ben?
Sorry, thank you, Lawrence, Chair. Yes, the substation has been assessed in the original noise impact assessment, and acoustic louvers have been recommended. It's assumed a brick-built enclosure will be installed around it. Also, the power supply company, they have their own limits in terms of how close they can go to residential and how noisy they can be, which dictates the type of enclosure for noise insulation. So yes, that has been considered, and that will be as part of the compliance testing and the original noise condition as well, which specifies that those limits have to be achieved. With regards to the question about shutting any commercial enterprise down in terms if noise is exceeded, as Lawrence pointed out, we do have the enforcement route if those conditions are being breached, to ensure that either new plant is replaces old if it's broken down, or additional mitigation is placed in terms of acoustic mitigation. We also, that doesn't necessarily mean that they would be shut down when operating. I mean, that would be a planning enforcement and planning decision. But in terms of statutory nuisance, which we also have from an environmental health point of view, we can serve abatement notices if noise is considered to be causing a statutory nuisance. But again, that would specify compliance time for the works to be undertaken rather than stopped straight away. But just to note, the statutory nuisance regime is quite a basic safeguarding and not of the amenity standards that planning specify and what we've requested in terms of their noise mitigation package. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ben. Did you want to add anything more to that, Lawrence, or was that it?
I think the Environmental Health Officer has covered that, but if there are any other further questions...
Yeah, hang on. So you mentioned the legal officer, so Vanessa, did you have anything you wanted to say on that at all? On enforcement, I think it was.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So if a condition is breached, the council can issue an enforcement notice, a breach of condition notice, 28-day compliance period, and a breach of condition notice is not appealable. So that's how we would enforce in the circumstances that a condition is breached. Should that be the decision of the council to move forward with that.
Thanks a lot, Vanessa. Now we can go and have a debate. The Environmental Health Officer does have another thing to go to, I think, so we do need to sort of any last-minute questions for that person. Katie, Councillor Poorer.
Thank you. Yes, it is reassuring to hear from Vanessa that we have got some teeth in terms of enforcement. Could I just ask the Environmental Health Officer the type of noise? So is it going to be sort of consistent, regular? Because obviously there's a difference between, you know, I live near railways and you get used to certain rhythms in your day. So is that what we could expect, or is it going to be undulating? I mean, I appreciate it is going to be very quiet, but it would just be useful to just describe what a typical day would look like. Will it be the same all the way through? Will it go down at night? I think they've said it would do when the load reduces, but that would just be helpful to get an understanding, please.
Okay, any more? No? Okay, I'll go straight to Ben then, Lawrence. Okay, so Ben, answer that one, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, it is a consistent noise. When in terms of the BS4 and 4.2 assessment that was carried out by the acousticians, penalties were not added and justified for impulsive noises that you would get from any banging or clanging or clear impulsivity that you get from ramping up of noises. So it is quite a consistent noise. Like you say, it will reduce at night, the loading, but it's highly unlikely to be noticeable due to the low rating levels that have been specified and achieved with the mitigation. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Ben. I think you're free to go now, Ben, as far as I can see. No more questions on noise, so thanks very much for hanging on to see this item with us. So more debate then, councillors. I'll go first. So in the report, it says there are 42 representations received. The main objection is principle of development and the use of R&D facility and MRI clinic, not suitable for a shopping area. One of the speakers spoke about a 172-person petition, which is also listed in the report, and also said there were 62 objections. Also in the report, it sort of goes on in 7.3 to say an additional 41 objections, and then in 7.4 an additional 8 comments. So I'm not quite clear on the numbers. I don't know if there's any clarification you want to give on that, Lawrence, when I come back to you, but certainly there are numbers there, but I'm not quite sure how they all fit together to give 62, as the speaker said. The 2 points I'd make are that it feels completely wrong to have this MRI scanner in a shopping street. I know we've looked at labs, and that's a thing as well, but this thing doesn't feel right. The idea that it fits into Class E seems wrong. I appreciate, I speak as a resident and a member of the planning committee. I'm not a planner. I understand Class E lists medical. I don't know if they've intended to have MRI scanners in buildings in this way as a medical thing, but doesn't seem right. So that's that thing, which I don't have a leg to stand on really because it's in Class E. But the other thing that I don't have a leg to stand on either is that I don't feel confident that the noise issue is going to be resolved, even though the expert is saying it will be. And of course, in that case, also I'm on difficult ground because I'm not an expert. So I don't know what to think about this really, but members, Councillor Thornborough.
I have a real issue that this is a conservation area and a high street, and it is thriving, and we want to keep it that way. It's a unique place in Cambridge, and I do feel that there is no change of use, but there is adaptations to the building as a result of this this different use. That it doesn't require a change of use, but it's a different use, and I think that there are details to this change that it is changing the outside of the building. It's definitely changing the way the building lights up. It's changing the way people move in and out of the building, the way the noise, the kind of general noise of thriving high streets will change. There'll be a lot more people will be driving, that people won't be going in and out the front. I suspect they'll be driving in the back because it won't very probably be coming by car. So that the way people move to this building, I think will detract from this conservation area. And I think that I don't think that there is a clear understanding being made about how all of these alterations affect this asset in this conservation area. And so I have concerns about that. And it's very difficult to put it into words in the context of material planning conditions policy, because it's a difficult one. But it's because I think it's these small changes which are adding up in the conservation area which do detract from what makes this space special.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with all of that, and I think detracting from the conservation area is a real thing in planning, and also we didn't have that question answered earlier, did we, about what it looks like outside, so we'll go back to that. So, Councillor Bennett, had that hand up?
Hi. Chair, it might take me a while to explain what I want to ask, so I apologise first.
All the time in the world, go for it.
Okay. I was interested by what the applicant said in comparing the MRI with the previous Tesco. And I'm not somebody who can say whether the noise from the chillers is better or worse, but I do want to comment about the transport arrangements. I I know that particular Tesco reasonably well, and a lot of the customers going there are going there by cycle or on foot. If you're going to go by car, you'd normally want to go to the Tesco Newmarket Road, which has an enormous car park and is very close, or even the one near Fulbourn. So I think Councillor Thornborough is exactly right, that we'll be seeing a change from people arriving on foot and on cycle to people arriving by car. I mean, certainly when I've been in for my MRI scans, you've been looking at people who are seriously quite ill. I accept that there are some worried well people who will order their own scans. But if there is a serious possibility of contracting with Addenbrooke's and they are seeing people, 8 people an hour, that is an awful lot of car traffic. I will also add, and I'm sorry about presenting anecdata, I live on a main road in Cambridge, and background noises like steady traffic don't wake us and disturb us, but people getting out of cars, slamming doors, talking, etc. is highly disturbing. And I don't know if we've had any noise assessment for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more? Councillor Porter.
Just to pick up on what you said, Chair, it'd be good to have something from the officer about the active frontage, because I think that's really pertinent for, well, any site, and it's one of the things that Class E has taken away from our control, unfortunately.
Right. I think just before we go back to the officer, I seem to remember reading recently that Romsey is where this location is. It was one of the sort of best places in the country or something, you know, very trendy and lots of sort of cafes and all of that sort of thing. And it's all increasing, I think, as time goes on. And it's a conservation area. And I think all of that should be encouraged as much as possible. I mean, why not? It's a place to go. It's a destination, isn't it then? This seems to be a void in that destination, just well, we'll see what it looks like, but I don't imagine it's going to look like anything much. It will just be a part of that area that doesn't do anything much for the area, as far as I can see. Councillor Living.
Thanks, Chair. Just a very quick question, really. Is this area one where shops are closing and there isn't much demand for retail, or if a unit becomes available, is it snapped up for one of these new types of activity? I'd be interested to know that.
Yeah, well, we can ask that. I mean, my impression as a local councillor who goes down there myself, I live quite close by, is that it's very, very buoyant. I mean, there's lots of activity there. Shops are open, they're changing all the time, and that's the quandary, really, isn't it? Why is this Tesco going to become an MRI scanner rather than some other sort of cafe or bar or something? It seems that that's the way of this area, but not in this particular instance. And you know, we've had things in city centres become gymnasiums or creches or mini golf courses or whatever people have a go at doing, and labs in city centres to use shop space that doesn't need to be able to be used. But in this particular location, in this particular city, this area is buoyant and growing, and you know, it has a lot of life to it. And as Councillor Thornborough has said, so it seems that would be denigrated by allowing this application, but maybe I'm overstating my case there, I'm not sure. Back to you, Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. In response to all those points, Councillor Thornborough had some concerns with the cumulative impact of the alterations on the conservation area, that being access via the rear and parking. I think there's going to be very limited impact on the character with regards to design, obviously, as shown on screen. Sorry, 1 second. Actually, it might be better if I get up the actual presentation. Apologies. With regards to existing and proposed elevations, there's going to be, it's refurbishment. So from a design point, other than the plant, the alterations are minor, almost like for like. With regards to the plant,
Just before you go on, can
Yep.
you describe the changes in the text? Because we can't read
yeah,
that.
of course, I'll.
Like the yellow bits, that kind of thing.
So that may be a bit more easy to read, but as you can see, it is new replacement fire door for means of escape. Existing shop front removed carefully for the MRI delivery and then reinstated. The Sheffield cycle hoops, which I believe are existing. New external windows as replacements for end-of-life existing single glazed windows that could not be reinstalled following asbestos removal. And with regards to the plant enclosure, it states new acoustic louver screen 2,000 millimeters above roof level. New screening louver profile barrier 1,100 meters, 1,100 millimeters above roof level, which also serves to protect falls from height. And with regards to the rear,
Okay, hang on.
Oh.
So just to be clear, that roof screening REL 7016, REL is a colour definition, isn't it? And that's a dark grey, I believe. Is that right? I think I'm right. Carry on.
Just to remind that there is conditions regarding non-masonry walling systems and details of materials and colour of the screening. I believe that's to be
Yeah, carry on, Lawrence. I've
Yeah,
checked
apologies.
It's anthracite grey, the dark colour.
Yeah, so with regards to the actual materials, there is a condition 5, which requires that to be submitted. Okay, yeah, that's prior to the installation of those materials. With regards to the cumulative impacts of the alterations, if members felt that was a valid reason for refusal, I mean, I think it is one to err on the side of caution for. You know, we have parking spaces all over the city. I think that is one to err on the side of caution for, but with regards to the frontage, it will be visually as existing, and from the sections, which I can grab up now, 1 second. With regards to the sections and the proposed plant, this section here towards the bottom of the screen shows that from street level on the other side of the road. The plant itself is very unlikely to be visible. So in design terms, I think there is very, very little impact on character of Mill Road. To the rear of the site, it will be visible. But as stated within my presentation, it's a relatively functional area of the site. And the plant would be at a maximum height 2 meters above the existing roof. There was a question from Councillor Bennett with regards to background noise, but I think...
Just before we get on to that, in
Yep.
terms of the visual look of the thing, so design-wise, if that glass is, if you can look through the glass, that's a different thing to not being able to look through the glass, because, you know, shop windows and all that. So will you still be able to look through the glass when you walk down the street, or are they going to be blocks out with paint or sticky backs, plastic or something?
It doesn't state that, but to note that if the obscuring film was to be placed on the inside of the window, there would be no planning grounds to stop that from happening, and that could happen to any business along Mill Road.
Thank you for that. Okay, carry on then.
Was there any other questions to clarify, councillors? Apologies if I've missed something or not effectively communicated on any of those questions, but the case officer has determined that the cumulative impacts of the alterations are in keeping with the character of the site, and conservation officers have shared that view.
That's okay. A lot of it was statements rather than questions. So I just wanted to let Toby speak a minute before I come back to councillors.
Thanks, Chair. I'm a bit worried about where some of the debate has taken us, because as set out in the officer report, planning permission is not being sought for the use of the building. So authority doesn't have any control over that. There is a remit to have a look at what's being proposed externally in terms of the plant, and for members to understand the merits of the noise impacts. And from the evidence that Ben Walter has given you today, it doesn't appear as if there's a technical reason to resist that aspect of the impact of the proposal. That leaves members really to consider, as far as I can see, the kind of visual impacts associated with the plant and development works that are happening around the external rear car parking area of the building, and to consider whether or not those works comply with the duty to preserve or enhance the character and appearance of the conservation area. That is a matter of judgment for members. The conservation officer, as far as I can see, is supportive of the proposal. I also wanted just to kind of make sure that members were fully aware of the operational statement that had been provided. It's at page 163 of the officer reports provided by the applicants, which sets out the likely use of the property and as a clinic and why it's being proposed. I am going to read some of these elements to members because they need to be put in the planning balance. So what they say is the clinic is a facility provided to serve the community and local area in close proximity to Addenbrooke's. There are currently no other clinics in Cambridge outside Addenbrooke's where a person experiencing pain or with medical symptoms can go to have an MRI scan. They go on to say the clinic will provide additional services in the area and will contract with the NHS to continue the patient journey, helping to reduce waiting times and alleviating some of the painful waiting for users. This is one of the fastest growing diagnostic methodologies required for patients dealing specifically with an ageing population, which will be crucial to the health of the nation and the post-60-year-old generation. That operational statement goes on, but I wanted to draw it to members' attention because obviously when you're considering the application, you need to consider also some of the likely public benefits that are going to arise from what is being proposed.
Right, thanks for that, Toby. Useful. Yeah, so Councillor Boren.
Firstly, quick question. Is the reason there's no green roof because it's not a new build? I'm guessing because we only insist on that on new builds. Yeah, Toby's nodding. So I've said this before so many times, Class E is an absolute nightmare because it just removes, and I said this when this came last time, because I said I was keen to defer, but I did say to residents that I'm struggling to see planning grounds to reject it. And that's not because I necessarily, I mean, actually I do see a benefit of having a health facility in the community. You know, I think actually for particularly people in the city, it would be nice to get a bus there or walk there or cycle. But I'm also mindful if you're going for an MRI, probably a lot of the time you're maybe not in a position to do that. So the only thing I think that's come up today that has made me sit back a little bit is the traffic impact. So we now have a statement from the applicant about the numbers. So I think it's 54 trips a day if you assume there's 4 per hour plus the staff on 2 shifts. I've just done the maths, but please do check. But looking at the layout, you can't get into Sedgwick Street, can you? So you'd have to go up, come down Mill Road, go up Catherine Street, go round the corner and then go back down Sedgwick Street, I think, or possibly the other way round. So that's what Google Maps has just showed me. And that area is incredibly congested with parking already. So I am it's a shame that the highways didn't comment after we'd had the revised statement from the applicants about the number of usages per day, because policy 1881, as the officer's report says, we should support developments where walking, cycling and public transport are prioritised. And unfortunately, by definition, this one probably can't because of the usage of people who are quite ill at times. So I'm struggling because we have no choice about an MRI scanner going there because that's under Class E. And as the chair said, might not seem logical, but that's how it is. But equally, I do have some concerns about the traffic impact and how that's going to be managed. I know it says they can bus them in and out of the car park, but if you've got 4 an hour with people maybe waiting there, that's going to be quite challenging to manage and could end up with people queuing on the street. So it's a shame we haven't got highways here because I would quite appreciate their comments now we have actual numbers to put on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. I don't believe there was a question there. No. So, okay. Any more? Councillor Bennett.
I think the case officer was about to ask to my question, which is admittedly quite similar to Councillor Porras.
Apologies. Lawrence?
Sorry, which question was that?
That was about the traffic noise and the trip budget.
Well, with regards to traffic noise, we all see how busy Mill Road already is with regards to traffic. I think it's questionable to say that additional noise from the cars would significantly impact amenity. With regards to budget, I would have no professional standpoint to comment. And if Toby would want to step in, I'm sure that'd be helpful. But with regards to traffic impact, I understand that 54 extra cars a day, but that is on the basis that 54 persons would be attending via car. This doesn't say that customers must arrive by car. The applicant hasn't stated that. Plenty of people go for MRIs when you could cycle. I understand that there are many where you may have more significant health risks at hand, but with regards to accessing the site for an MRI, there's cycle storage on site. There is parking available. And then with regards to the public benefits that were previously raised by Toby, there is a shortfall in accessibility to MRIs at the moment, but it's with regards to the traffic impact, I'm without a highways officer present as well, it is difficult to comment.
Yeah, thank you, Lawrence. Toby?
I don't mean to put members in a difficult position, but Councillor Porras, your comments to kind of derive from use-based concerns, so, what we're dealing with, what is being applied for is what is set out on page 139. It's kind of refurbishment, steel framing, roof replacement, parapet works, some plant. It's not use. An applicant, if they were to kind of appeal this, a very easy task to say, actually, this is this was formerly a Tesco's. There were X number of delivery vehicles from larger vehicles kind of coming here. Okay, you probably got a lot of shoppers by bike or by foot, but you could have other uses that could just go straight in there, and have equally, if not worse, impacts in terms of traffic generation. From what I can see, my professional judgment is that the actual use that's being proposed is likely to arise, which is set out in the operational statement, is very, very low. Appointments are going to be pre-booked. It's going to be well managed. So I don't think that that's really a reason that's going to be able to kind of persist in terms of justification if members were to refuse this.
Right, thanks, Toby. Councillor Thornborough.
On the ground floor plan, there shows to be a new partition going into what is existing opening doors. So I'm assuming that those opening doors will not be opening. They're just a screen. So would it be appropriate or possible to add a hard landscaping condition for the public realm at the front, because basically there's only a fire exit, and the landscaping public space is becoming dead because everyone will be going in the back. And could we put a hard landscaping of the public realm in so that there can be something designed and provided for in that public realm, which would help maintain the thriving nature? So rather than just leaving nothing and maybe just dirt accumulating and things like that. So I think that would be a way to try and acknowledge that this is a thriving street and that this business will provide something to this area.
All right, thanks. Hold on, Lawrence. So, Councillor Dryden.
When I asked a question earlier, I didn't get an answer. Is it because I'm waiting for someone to come and give me the answer? On my question, I said, with this plant, if it malfunctioned, what is the worst scenario? What could happen? Because I said, with residents living around it. It's a health and safety question, wasn't it?
Yes, thank you. Lawrence, those two, and then I'll add a bit to Councillor Thornborough. So she said that you'd be going around the back way, people would be entering in the back, but is that the case, or would the applicant want to drop a curb and have cars drive on the front to park at the front, because there seems to be space there if the bollards are removed?
I think Councillor Thornborough's point was along the lines of, because the rear of the site will be the clear point of access, that whether the applicant would be willing to contribute to the public realm improvements to the front along Mill Road via a hard and soft landscaping condition. With regards to hard and soft landscaping condition, there'd be no issue adding that. Now, with regards to planning grounds to refuse that condition, if it was not successfully contributing to the front, that's an existing, well-established hard landscape. Whilst improvements would be welcomed, the ability to enforce upon it or force it to happen is questionable. But I don't think there's any issue with a hard and soft landscaping condition to be tied in with an informative requesting maybe the applicants could do something more appropriate for the front, given that it won't be the primary point of entry, even though it will remain as a point of entry. For those arriving on foot or for those arriving by bike.
Thanks, Lawrence. Before you go on, Toby.
Sorry to cut across you, Lawrence. So I have actually discussed this point directly with the applicants prior to Christmas, and they were willing to look at some improvements along the frontage, which is within actually their demise behind those bollards. As I understand it, at the moment, some of those bollards are not there, and occasionally actually the Bush estate agents kind of park on that frontage. So they have indicated to me orally that they're willing to look at kind of making improvements to the frontage. So I don't see an obstacle through the grant of permission with that condition to kind of achieve what we'd want to achieve on that frontage, Councillor. Sorry, Lawrence.
All right, Lawrence, you carry on then.
That's fine, thank you, Toby. I wasn't aware of that discussion. But regarding, so yeah, more than easy enough to put a hard and soft landscaping condition on. With regards to Councillor Dryden's comments on the safety of machinery and the potential of malfunction, I'm not an engineer, I'm not an MRI specialist, so I wouldn't be able to comment on that. If councillors have significant concern on that, it is dutiful to remember that the use is not, the change of use, there is no change of use proposed, and the MRI could be installed without planning permission. It is the plant and the alterations we're here to discuss. The health and safety aspect of the plant itself to the roof, I wouldn't believe is too heavy of a planning matter. We do approve plant across the city quite regularly. With regards to the MRI itself, I think because of the use class issue we have raised, it would be difficult to materially refuse the application on those grounds. With regards to the safety of the MRI unit, I hope that answers your question, Councillor Dryden, but unfortunately, I have no evidence of MRI or plant exploding without dutiful care of it, and our conditions are requiring dutiful maintenance.
Okay, stop there. That's it. We're going in circles a bit here, but more questions, councillors. I can see your hands up, but we really need to come to a conclusion on this. So, Councillor Pora, you were first.
I do understand your points, Toby, and I do agree. I think with Class E, we're struggling. Would you accept a condition about travel management? Because I think to comply with, I think, policies 1881, the applicant has to show they're trying to prioritise walking, cycling. And, what my worry is, they advertise, you'll go out, come and get your MRI, you can just drive here. I would like us to have something that at least says, when they're writing out to clients, it says, by the way, this is a very accessible site, you can get the number 2 bus. Because I think that would also help manage that demand. I'm surprised there isn't a travel condition with it. I mean, I appreciate Toby might say not a condition, but at least if not an informative. Because I think that, for me, is important, because it will change the way the site is used potentially, although I take your point about potentially being less than the Tesco's. But that, to me, would seem a fair thing to mean that we aren't encouraging people to drive to the site, and we are making it a priority that they can, if they're able, use a lot of other means to get there.
All right, thanks, Councillor. Toby?
So you couldn't do it as a condition, because it wouldn't be directly related to the development that is proposed. You could do it as an informative.
Right, informative then. Councillor Carlin?
Yeah, that's an interesting point Toby's just made in terms of it not being directly related to the development. I'd be interested to hear a bit more about the rationale for that, because if you're getting customers coming in, I would assume then that is part of it. In terms of the question that Councillor Dryden kept raising there about health and safety, I mean, I work in a related field to this, and MRI scanners, they're not to explode or anything. They're a magnetic unit, essentially. There is some helium gas sometimes involved, but not really in the quantities that could cause danger to certainly not surrounding buildings if something were to happen with the scanner. So I wouldn't have concerns about that. I feel very similarly to how others have done. It feels a bit wrong. I'm not keen on putting this into the Mill Road area because, as Councillor Bajan sort of made very clear, it's really out of character for the area. But it comes back to this constant issue we have of that's not the decision we're being asked to make. The government has tied our hands, and I have to apologise to the objector because we just don't have the power almost to make the decision we want to. I cannot see any material planning reasons to oppose it. I spent some time looking at the noise one. I don't think it's reasonable. The traffic, maybe, but again, I really don't. I mean, if we tried to try and word a reason for refusal there, I cannot find any way we could do that such that it would stand up. And the same is true for the concerns about the conservation area and such like. We've got concerns, but there's no way we could word them in the right way that an appeal would not just go through immediately, therefore causing financial issues for the council and actually potentially having a worse application be approved because the conditions we want may not go through. So even though we don't like it, and I'm sort of trying to articulate myself as best I can here, it's often better for us to approve it with strong conditions than to send it to the planning inspectorate who may not do so. So that's probably what I will want to do.
Yeah, okay, thanks. And I think on that, there was a condition talked about for the plant at the back. Did that get included in the additional conditions? Do you remember? Earlier on, quite a while ago now. Yeah.
Chair, it's all wrapped up, the plant is all wrapped up in the conditions 7, 12 and 13. It's all covered because they refer to the various noise assessments and the latest non-technical versions. So it's all included, Chair.
All right, thanks so much. So let's go to the vote then. So just to say before we do... Oh, sorry, Lawrence.
Sorry, could you just give me 1 second to defer to Toby?
What's that?
Could you just give me 1 second to have a quick chat with Toby before we go to the vote?
Well, you say yeah. So just hold on, wait a minute. Right, Lawrence, do you want to speak now then, or something to say?
Nothing to add, Chair.
Okay, right, thanks. Okay, thanks for checking that with Toby anyway, whatever. So what I was going to say is, you know, it's a bit of a quandary for me personally anyway, as a member of this committee. We all make our individual decisions. We come to this meeting as individual decision makers and listen to the evidence and make a decision. And the evidence is there on the table. And as Toby pointed out, the proposal, which is listed on the first page, is to do works to the building. And then the last bit is to facilitate the MRI installation. So the proposal isn't about the MRI, it's about the works to the building, which, in my opinion, don't particularly improve them, but I suppose you could argue don't disimprove them. So there we are. I guess there's not much more to say about it, except to say, you know, we are a planning committee, we're a quasi-judicial committee, we're meant to make decisions on planning issues, and it's good for us to do that in general terms. Individual items can be more challenging than others, but, you know, when residents look at what we do in this committee, they need to see that we make good, robust decisions based on the right sort of reasoning. So, but you make your own decision, whatever you feel is most appropriate, councillors. So, Toby, recommendation, please.
Thanks, Jess. That's set out on page 159 of the officer report. That is to approve, subject to the planning conditions as set out, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted, delegated to officers, including the conditions as set out on the amendment sheet with reference to conditions 7 and additional conditions 12 and 13, plus an additional frontage landscaping hard and soft condition and an informative in relation to a travel plan.
Could the new condition come back to chair and spoke? Could the landscaping actually come back to chair and the vice chair, please?
You want to clarify that, Toby?
Happy to, Chair, yeah.
So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
6, Chair.
Against?
1 against.
So the item is approved. Thank you very much. Good debate, everyone. Thank you. And thanks to the speakers. So we've got one more item on the agenda, general enforcement. Is that a confidential one? Do you need a break, or should we just do the last item and then finish off? Yeah. Okay, finish off then. So the item 8 is the appeals report, if you want to do that then.
Thanks, Chair. There's not much on here. I think at the last committee meeting, I'd reported that at the time we'd had the decision notice for the Jewish synagogue. That appeal was dismissed. It was dismissed on, if members can't recall, it was dismissed for grounds of impact on residential amenity to Portugal Place properties, and also lack of evidence to demonstrate that trees within the conservation area would not be adversely affected by the development. Really, really interesting appeal decision. I recommend that members read that one. The other one that's kind of come through since 400 Pern Road is in relation to it's a delegated decision, a garden annex off the back of a property there that was effectively proposed as an annex and also as for occasional kind of Airbnb use. The inspector didn't like the fact that the intended use would have no relationship to the host property, and there may be lots of kind of comings and goings from people using an Airbnb type use in that location. That the inspector's kind of ruling on that appeal really aligns with what a lot of inspectors have said in relation to Airbnb uses, that they are in a lot of ways kind of incompatible with existing residential areas in terms of amenity. So another interesting appeal, but I would strongly suggest members read the synagogue appeal statement. It was a good result, and Lawrence actually was defended the council's position. If you didn't turn up to the appeal, he was effectively defending the council against quite a significant opposition put forward by the appellant. So it was a good result. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Toby. Well done, Lawrence. Any questions for Toby? Councillor Borrow.
Firstly, could we add in tree rejections? Just because I noticed there's been one in my ward where an appeal was upheld, and it'd be useful just to see them on here. And the second thing, for the single-storey garden annex, was that an annex already there, or were they proposing to build one? Because obviously if it was one that was already there, that's quite a useful decision, because we've had issues before where someone sort of got something already built that they want to convert and we didn't have grounds. Thanks.
Toby?
Yeah, I can certainly look to see if we can add in tree information. I'm not sure about the second point, but I'll clarify that, Councillor. And I'm also aware I need to come back to Councillor Carling about a question he raised on the appeal at the last meeting, which I haven't done yet. So I'll do both of you at the same time. Thank you.
Councillor Thornborough?
I think mine was very similar to Councillor Porras.
Okay. Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to raise the attempt to argue that a rear extension is a caravan under the Caravan Act, because it's not something I've heard of before, but I've now seen 2 or 3 proposals. Is this a coming trend? And if so, could Toby talk us through it?
Thank you, Toby.
It's not a coming trend. It's a well-established fact that through case law that within the curtilage of residential properties, there's no control that the local planning authority can exercise over the siting of caravans. And that is primarily because they do not constitute operational development, they constitute a use of land, and the use of the land or the use of a caravan for residential accommodation would not constitute a change of use. So that there's some quite interesting kind of case law. If members are interested, I can kind of share it with them. But caravans are a peculiarity in terms of how that part of the kind of Planning Act works.
Right, any more? Councillor Bennett, back.
I think the particular caravan that sparked my interest appears to be a brick construction. And there do seem to be some very artificial caravans. But if we are likely to be seeing more of this, I would like... Yes, exactly. No wheels on it whatsoever.
So, sorry, through you, Chair. So, the caravan is specifically defined within, I think it's the Caravan Sites Act 1960. One of the, it doesn't necessarily have to be on wheels in terms of its final siting, but one of the tests that you would look at in terms of whether it were a caravan is whether it could be kind of easily dismantled and removed from a site within a kind of 24-hour period, and that would demonstrate that it's a kind of temporary type structure. So I'll you're obviously interested, Councillor. I will forward you some relevant case law and you can have a look at it.
Any more? No? Okay, all right, thanks so much, and everyone. That's the end of today's meeting, I think. Yep, last one. So thank you. Been an interesting day to debate, so thanks so much, and safe journey home. Thanks.